What's up, team? I'm kind of bad. I'm kind of mad I didn't buy the dip. I was really thinking about buying the dip yesterday in after hours, but I just didn't. It's all good. But market bounced back. GameStop up to $24. Yeah, what's up, Jessica? Yeah, for sure. What's up, Kieran, Mac, Dan, Type? What's up, Pond, Bull, Sarav, DS? What's up, man? Yeah, bro. I didn't get enough sleep. My bad, man. It's cold, bro. Honestly, it's really cold. But yeah, look at the market bounce back. Honestly, I was really thinking about it. I thought I don't know if we're going to continue down today, but like if you look at the market right now, the market dropped heavily after the Fed meeting yesterday. It was up kind of big on the day anyway, so it could have been a lot worse. I think market's at around 394s right now. So, but I wanted to buy it up right around the close, and I just didn't. And by the time I thought about it, it was already past after hours. After hours was closed. So, still kind of bummed I didn't do it, but it's all good. Yeah. Honestly, it is cold right now, bro. Honestly, I'm in Texas right now. It's kind of cold. What time do you go to bed? Like 9 o'clock at night. Right now it's 5:15 in the morning in Texas. So it's cold. I need this coffee to wake me up a little bit. Uh, it's raining. All right, guys. So yeah, market's pulling back. Tesla is the one dipping down a little bit. Tesla at 195. Market under 394s. Again, I don't know if we're going to keep going down. Bitcoin hit 29K. Not quite yesterday. It looks like. Let me see when this was. Yeah, Bitcoin hit 29K right before the Fed rate hike announcement. All right, guys. All right, SPY breaking down at 393.70s. Tesla dipping under 195s. Let's watch on 195s to see if that level can hold. All right. So, what the world happened last minute of the day yesterday? Well, the Fed meeting dumped everything. Got you pawn, my bad, man. Yeah, background music. Okay, I got you. I might have been sitting around listening to regular music like I do, but that's okay. Honestly, bro, I had this stuff perioral dermatitis. I think that's what it was. Honestly, I put this Eastern European like probiotic milk drink on my face at night before I go to sleep. It's basically gone. Dude, I've been struggling with that thing for years, dude. Years I've been struggling with whatever it's called. I started putting this stuff on my face at night, you know, and it's gone, which is crazy, honestly. So what it means is that perioral dermatitis has to do with your gut bacteria, believe it or not, which is just, interesting. You drink a little bit before bed, you put a little bit on your face before you go to bed. Your skin bacteria, your gut bacteria will then transition over to your skin and help it, I think. I don't know. That's one of my theories. The other theory is that it just forms a barrier when I'm sleeping, and that some of the redness is from something showing up when I'm sleeping. Uh, yeah, Big Papa did 25 basis points, as I said he would. I told you guys he would do 25 basis points. We had a lot of people throwing out 75 and, 50 and all this crazy stuff. And I was just kind of like, no, that's not what we're going to get. That's obviously not what we're going to get. Listen, if you think that the big banks are going to be wrong consistently, you just don't understand it. It's called kefir, Jessica. It's called Kefir. It's an Eastern European milk probiotic drink. More banks will struggle with the 25 rate hike for longer. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those ones where it's up to the person to decide if it's bullish or bearish. It looks like more people think it's bearish, but we'll see. I think it could be good and bad. Yeah. Gut bacteria, man. I already know what my triggers are for my gut. Like one of my triggers is peanut butter, and I love peanut butter too. But like I can't eat a lot of peanut butter, especially if I'm going to bed. Peanut butter will make me nauseous the next day, which I did last night. Bro, we found some organic Reese's Puff cereal at Whole Foods, and I ate a bowl and a half of that last night. And now I woke up today and my stomach's queasy today. I don't think it has to do with my gut bacteria. I think it's probably just peanut butter for whatever reason is a hard digesting thing for my stomach. Sucks because I love peanut butter. I love peanut butter and jellies. I grew up in the South, so I mean, PB and J's. I can't have them, unfortunately. Coinbase and the SEC. What happened? Yeah. Well. Yeah, Tesla came out with something that said they expect to lose the full 7.5 tax credit on their cheapest EVs as the batteries are sourced from China, according to Electric. FDA advisors unanimously vote that protein-lowering data from Biogen ALS drug trial can predict the clinical benefit. Yeah, I'm looking up the Coinbase news now. Coinbase Global says the SEC plans enforcement action related to crypto products. Yeah, so SEC plans enforcement action related to crypto products. It says that Coinbase said Wednesday received a Wells notice from the U.S. SEC, which has made a prelim determination to recommend the filing of an enforcement action against them for alleged violations of federal security laws. The company believes these potential, and this is all quoting Coinbase, the company believes these potential enforcement actions would relate to aspects of the company's spot market staking service Coinbase Earn, Coinbase Prime, and Coinbase Wallet. It said in a regulatory filing, the potential civil action may seek injunctive relief, disgorgement, and civil penalties, end quote. Coinbase shares are down, obviously, on this news. Coinbase is down big from 77 down to 68. So about a 14% drop in extended hours for Coinbase. So and then today we got jobless claims numbers, Tay. Oh man, I'm trying to wake up, but it's early. My stomach kind of hurts. We're gonna do a poll today, like we always do. Remember, we do have jobless claims today. It's a big day. Well, it's not just Americans. You know, nearly 80% of meat and dairy products from farm animals tested by scientists contain microplastics. It's not just in America. It's everywhere, to be honest, pretty universally. I get it. People like to kind of crap on America, and I understand, you know, like, listen, or one of the newer large countries in the world, you know. A lot of the time the US sets the standard for things all across the world, and you know, with that comes a lot of judgment, and I understand that. But, you know, doesn't mean it's reasonable. I mean, I get being critical of America. I understand, but you know. So Justin, I have 10 stitches in my mouth, bro. I've got my tooth pulled, my back molar tooth. Bro, I never would have gotten it done if they would have told me how much nonsense this would have been. Did you try your Colt? Yeah, I've used the Colts before. Your Colts are a little bit too sweet for me. They've got too much added sugar. I've used them, though. Yeah, we did our poll. Hey, what's up, John? Not that word. It's Kefir, not that word, random weird guy. Yeah, for sure, Mark. Honestly, you just gotta be careful with dentists, bro. Honestly, I'm not saying dentists are worthless. All right, I understand there's always some uses for dentists that are necessary and reasonable. But what dentists do is that, like, dentistry is not completely like chiropractic. Okay, so all my chiropractors out there, I'm not saying y'all are unnecessary, but like, you know. But dentists, cavities will close up if you brush them correctly. A large majority of cavities will close up themselves if you brush them correctly. Again, by the time I was 27, I brushed my teeth well. I had 2 cavities, you know, when I was 27. It was the first 2 cavities I'd ever had in my life. I had never had a cavity prior to that. And so if you brush your cavities well enough, they will close up on their own. You do not need to get a dentist to fill all those cavities in your mouth. They're just treating you like an ATM machine, you know? And so dentists have this really big habit of finding completely unnecessary things to do and then just trying to keep that money train going. And before you know it, if you go to a dentist, by the time you leave, they're trying to charge you thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff. A lot of it unnecessary. Just because they need to find things to do. You know what I mean? They need to justify their own business. And so, again, I'm not saying all dentist work is unnecessary. And I have very good teeth, you know, except from the teeth that got pulled, which, again, I'm against it. Honestly, I let a dentist talk me into doing a root canal, which was completely unnecessary. And you know, then it just kind of stayed there. And I shouldn't have even gotten the tooth extracted. I should have just left it. But yeah, dentistry, like I said, cavities will close up if you brush them correctly. You know, like, you don't need to get a million fillings in your mouth. It's completely unnecessary most of the time. If you brush those cavities, the holes in your teeth will fill naturally. You know, you don't need to get a dentist to charge you $200 a pop to fill 5 cavities, 6 cavities. It's just unnecessary. And the dentists know that. Like, they know if you brush it right, like, it'll close up themselves. They know they don't need to fill it and put all those, you know. Like I said, you got to get a tooth pulled, fine. Go to a dentist, you know. You got to, you know, whatever it is, fine. But you need braces, sure. Go to a dentist. Yeah, man. Do you think good news will send the market up or down? Good news? Well, I mean, it's never a for sure thing, but I would assume good news would be good, and bad news will be bad. The question is not whether good news is good or bad news is bad. The question is how will things be interpreted as good or bad, and what is interpreted as good or bad right now? Where we're in kind of this lose-lose situation where if we do 0 rate hikes, like we said yesterday, if we were going to do 0, people would have been mad. If we were going to do 50, people would have been mad. And so we're in a lose-lose situation between inflation and recession problems. Every stock gaps up this morning. Yeah, I mean, we were down so much at the close yesterday. This is probably just a little rebound gap. What's up, trades? Yeah, we got jobless claims numbers coming out today. The expectation for this, we also have the Bank of England rate hike dropping at 8. So we do have the Bank of England rate hike. We've got building permits for the U.S. dropping at 8. We've got jobless claims numbers dropping at 8:30. Jobless claims expected to show up at 197,000. Last time they showed up at 192. I don't know what kind of reaction we're going to get with this. It's a little bit more nuanced than just a base good bad. We also have new home sales dropping at 10, and we're going to cover all that. We'll put the timer up, but yeah, still got it is 6:30 market time, 6:40 basically. So realistically, we got about an hour and 49 minutes and about 30 seconds. I would say about 20 seconds. That's what we'll leave it there. No, this is actually a little bit off. We got about an hour. Yeah, we got about an hour and 19 minutes. Wait, is my math just off, man, today? What is my math showing today, man? Oh, we got 2 hours. I'm sorry. We got an hour and 40 minutes is what this is, actually. Man, my math is just off. Jeez, dude, what am I thinking right now? Okay, it is 6:40. Oh, we got an hour and 15 minutes. Dude, I'm dumb, dude. It's early. Guys, don't judge me. I just typed 50. Now it's doing this again, bro. All right, this is starting to be a pain in the butt right now. Where's my other timer? This one needs to go away. Okay, here's the right one. All right, there we go. I was about to say, man. All right, we got that one right. I'm sure the chat is like, John trying to. There you go. Top 3 timers in the world right now. Great scalping. Yeah, NVIDIA flew up yesterday. Did you see Coinbase tweet yesterday about the SEC sending them a Wells notice? Yeah, I did see that fit. It's kind of crazy, man. But what it is, though, is like, okay, it's. I will say the SEC and people like that have been consistent in their criticism. They have been very critical of staking services. And I think after all the stuff that happened last year, it's kind of understandable to be critical of staking. Because staking is essentially parking your money in really volatile assets, not letting you exit, and then giving you big percentages for sitting through the volatility. And I think staking can be good and bad, but that is what the SEC does not like, is staking. And again, I'm not saying I agree with it, but I do think it's somewhat understandable, their position on it. Yeah, so we do have the rate hike for England today at 8 a.m. What's up, Emmanuel? Yeah, we got about 117 votes. 54% are bullish, 46% are bearish. Will the market burn down today? I don't know, man. Yeah, I saw that, Bob. Yeah, where's Disney at after this drop yesterday? Still not quite cheap enough for me to really want to buy. Google all the way up to 105s, man. Dude, honestly, does anybody pay attention to the stocks that I buy? Because Disney, Google, some of my favorites, and they are flying up, man. They have been very strong. Honestly, swing trading is, I'm not going to say it's easy to make money, but it's certainly easier than day trading. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's certainly easier than day trading. Yeah, we've got all our pets still. We just don't have the ferrets. We got dogs instead, and we gave the ferrets to somebody who would, you know. They had a girl that came over that had a bunch of ferrets, that had a big place for it, that had like a whole room dedicated to ferrets, and so we gave her the ferrets. We have 2 dogs right now. We've got Bruce, who's a German Shepherd. Big. Bruce is big, man. He's so big. I'll try to find it. I posted him on Twitter. He's actually grown since this Twitter post. So yeah, let me find a picture of Bruce. This is Bruce right here. Bruce is just big, man. He's grown since we took this of him too. Well, we got Bruce. This is him at the vet. Bruce is just big. He's just a big dog, man. Rosie is like little. She's a small German Shepherd, but she's sweet. She's nice. Bruce is just, you know, he's a sweetheart though. Like, he's really affectionate and like a sweet dog, but he's just big, you know. Yeah, so we got the Bank of England decision at 8. So yeah, we do have the Bank of England decision at 8. I think the Bank of England is expecting a 25 basis point rate hike, if I remember correctly. They're expecting an increase from 4% to 4.25%, 25 basis points for March. So 25 basis points. It'll be interesting to see what happens. We also have jobless claims. We have building permits today too. Yeah, the Bank of England rate hike's not going to impact it super heavily. I mean, their economy's big, but it's not like super influential over ours in that regard. It'll move our market some, but it's not, you know. How about the banks right now? First Republic down at 1350s. JP Morgan all the way down to 127.90s. Bank of America at 27.70s. And I think the rate hike decision was the right move. Wells Fargo down to 37.20s. Signature down to 70. So yeah, Bruce is sweet, man. He's cool. Rosie is like, you know, Rosie's like my baby though. Honestly, Rosie loves Carol so much more it hurts, dude. Honestly, Carol will throw Rosie in her crate at night and like chew Rosie out because she's barking too much. And I will lovingly let her out of her crate. And then as soon as I let her out, she doesn't even look at me, bro. She just runs straight to Carol and then rolls over on her stomach. And so Carol raised her because I was working. So I was doing the stream every morning when Rosie was a little baby. And so Carol would bring Rosie to school in the morning and let Rosie ride with us or ride with the kids in the car on the way to school. So Rosie would catch the front seat on the way home and just ride with Carol. And so that made Rosie and Carol bond, and Rosie kind of imprinted on Carol. And so now Rosie loves Carol more than anybody else for sure. And it's good. I guess if Rosie's going to love anybody, you know, it's good that it's Carol, you know. But she loves me. Like, she's really sweet to me. But, like, if Carol's around, like, I'm chopped liver. Like, she doesn't care about me at all. Which is good, I guess. Bruce loves me more. Like, Bruce is kind of my dog, you know. So, like, Bruce will run straight to me and ignore everybody else because I play with him more than anybody. But he's a little bit too rough for Carol to play with. He doesn't mean what. He doesn't mean poorly. He means well. But he's just big. And, like, he's already pushing Rosie around. Like, I've got a Nerf ball shooter, like a Nerf ball shooter that I can like shoot Nerf balls pretty far with, and he loves that game. And when he plays that game, he will just roll over Rosie. He will run Rosie over to get that ball, and Rosie can't do anything about it. He's just too big. You know, he's already much bigger than Rosie is, and he's 8 months right now. So show Rosie. I could try to show Rosie. I don't know if we have any pictures of Rosie. I think I posted one picture of Rosie a while back. Yeah, I can find it. It's on Twitter too. Hold on. This is Rosie right here. That's Rosie. Yeah, Rosie actually has her own emoji. You can see Pawn use it as well. Yeah, Rosie's just a good dog too. But honestly, Bruce listens a little bit better than Rosie is. They're both trained well, but like Rosie's got a rebellious streak in her. Like, I think we've spoiled Rosie so much to where she's just kind of, she thinks she runs the house. She does. She knows where, like, we control her food. One of the keys of training a dog is you control their food. You know, so like we'll put the dog's food on a bowl, and it doesn't matter what it is, you know, but we'll put the food up, and then when we give them the food, we don't let them just immediately eat it, because a lot of people don't control their dogs in this way, and their dogs end up just kind of ripping the food out their hand, or like just being super rude and like running and eating the food before you really put the bowl down. So we make the dogs sit in posture, and they just sit, you know, and we have to say a very specific word to them before they're allowed to eat. And so they'll sit there and they'll just stare at us. If they try to eat early, we will take the food away and make them wait another 20 minutes and then give it to them again. And so we have to sit there and stare at them, and they have to stare at us. They have to sit in posture without eating until we tell them, go ahead. Go ahead is what we tell them. And so once we say go ahead, they can eat and do whatever they want. But, you know, it's important to control the food, because that makes the dogs a little bit more loyal to you and listen a little bit better, you know. Rosie loves swimming. Bruce has never had to, because we got Bruce less than a year ago. And so Rosie, we had to slowly transition to swimming. Like we would slowly bring her in the pool with us, and she would slowly get better and better. At this point in time, if we throw a tennis ball in the pool, Rosie will straight up just jump in the pool and grab the tennis ball and swim around and come out the pool. Bruce is scared of the pool right now, but we'll get him this summer. Anyways, market is bouncing back up a little bit. We're at 394s right now, at 394s. Credit Suisse broke new lows. So here's CS here. Honestly, I'm surprised this is still trading. Down to 89 cents for Credit Suisse. Coinbase isn't doing too hot as well. Here's Tesla. I'm going to put a few different stocks up here, actually. Tesla bouncing back a little bit. There's Credit Suisse in the middle. Here's the SPY. And then we can put like First Republic here to kind of get a good look at banking. Look at the bank failure that we've had. Futures traders, bull. Yeah, FRC is still doing all right. It's at 1360s. I know a lot of people dip bought this. I'm just not brave enough to do that. Yeah. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Wells notice is trading after Coinbase got sent a Wells notice. Rosie, you're just the happiest dog ever. All right, ready, sit, stay. All right, yeah, y'all want to see a video of Rosie and Bruce? Bruce is just, bro, Bruce is super food motivated, so like that's all he wants to do is eat. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna post it on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter if you want to see the video. I'll share it here a little bit too, but. All right, guys. So again, we'll see what we get, but market's starting to rebound a little bit. I think Tesla's dragging the market back up. SPY right around 394, still sitting there. Still trying. Again, I'm not quite super confident in buying the dip yet. The SPY's been going back and forth. I really thought about buying the dip yesterday before. I really thought about buying the dip yesterday before the market closed for good in extended hours and after hours yesterday. I just didn't know. I just waited a little bit too long. And then by the time I realized it was already past 8 o'clock at night. And so it's a little bit too late. We posted this video on Twitter of the dog. So I'll show you this dog video since we're talking about dogs today. All right, but yeah, banking is what I'm watching today. Somebody said Yellen said that they were not going to secure over 250K by the FDIC or the government, and so if that happens, that's not good for banks. Of course, it's not good. Futures is who. I mean, number one, the SPY is tradable basically 24/7 on Thinkorswim. So you can trade the SPY kind of like futures, number one. When the market closes, futures trading influences everything. And like you can look at the E-mini, which is the S&P 500 mini, and that movement happens in pre. You know? So... Bro, I just posted this tweet. Where is it, man? The problem with Twitter is that sometimes you'll post something and it just won't show up. Let me see. All right, guys. So 394 is sitting right around there. I'm tempted to buy a dip. I'm tempted to buy the dip. But I think I'm just going to chill and wait. I don't know. All right, guys. Tesla rebounding back up, though. That should be good for everything. Did my tweet not post here? Do I have to post it again? Exit this and then re-add it. All right, guys. So again, look at Tesla reject at 195. Let's see if it drags the market down. The SPY just hit 394s here. 394s. It's now 7 a.m., so we can trade already today. All right, team. I'm going to try to tweet this again. The last one didn't work. All right, guys. But yeah, look at the rejection on Tesla. SPY still back over 394s here. Look at FRC, which I think a lot of this is following the banks. Look at FRC rip up. Ford Motor Company reaffirms the fiscal year adjusted 23 EBIT guidance, adjusted FCF guidelines, while it reconfirms its late 2026 margin targets. So interesting here for Ford. SPY pop it up here. Again, I was really thinking about buying the dip. I just stopped myself. I just didn't. But yeah. Did Ford have earnings today? Ford? No. Bro, for whatever reason, Twitter, look at FRC rip all the way up to 14s plus. So FRC is still moving here. So yeah, FRC is still moving. Part of me wants to buy the banks, but I like I said, the reason I've been so flat on my swing trades lately is because I don't trust them. To be honest, right now, I just don't trust them. Is Nvidia buy? Ooh, I don't know. All right, guys. So look at the SPY all the way back up to the volume weighted average price in the 200 EMA level. So yeah, we'll see. All right, guys. So yeah, we're watching this here too. All right, look at the SPY rip all the way up. Is Nvidia buy? I don't know. Did Nvidia pull back yesterday? That's the question. Nvidia 270s. No, I think Nvidia's just up so much. I'm a little nervous about buying that thing, man. It's just up so much, to be honest. There we go. My video finally uploaded here. And it uploaded twice, it looks like. Sheesh. So we're going to have to delete the first one. And then just leave the second one up. But yeah, check it out. So you want to see my dogs? Here's my dogs. They're actually trained pretty well. Like, my dad was a falconer, right? So my dad is a falconer, I should say. And so my dad trained hawks all his life. And so I learned a little bit how to condition animals, from him. But if you can hear it, like, check it out. This is Rosie and Bruce. They're just good dogs, man. They're just good dogs. Like, look. Rosie, you're just the happiest dog ever. All right, ready? Sit, stay, stay, stay. Come. Good boy. Sit. Rosie, sit. Ready? Sit. Shake. Good boy. Shake. Good girl. All right. Ready? Bang, bang. Nope. Bang, bang. But yeah, this is just me training him. Rosie knows how to do it. Look, Rosie is just kind of like, boom, there it is. Bruce
bang,
gets so excited.
Bang, bang. Good boy. There you go. Good job.
All right, yeah, so that's Rosie and Bruce. You know, again, Bruce is much bigger than Rosie now. He's grown a little bit. Look at FRC, over 14s. SPY, over the volume weighted average price, over the 200 EMA. What are the reasons to be bull? I'm not super bullish right now. Again, I'm not saying we're not going to go up. I just think that there's too much. There's like, okay, there's a difference between being bearish and just being nervous, right? Like for now, I think there's too much. What's the best word for it? I think there's too much. There's too much risk floating around out there. There's too many things that could change that could super negatively influence the market very, very quickly. And so in terms of a risk perspective, I think right now I prefer to be flat in my swings. And I've been swing trading pretty actively all year. But like for right now, I think there's just a lot of risk with regards to like decisions, announcements, pressure coming out in a lot of different ways. And so in that regard, I'd rather just stay tight right now. If I find some objective value in some stuff, like if some stuff dips enough, I will buy up, some stuff without question. But for right now, I think it's my job to just kind of sit tight. And so again, I think we're bouncing back because we dropped so much yesterday. I also think like people are nervous regarding banks, and I think the bank situation is why I'm specifically not buying up anything. I mean, you can see the big drops right now that we've gotten into. Whoa, I don't know what I just did. Here we go. You can see the big drops we had yesterday right at the close. And again, those drops are a little bit too sizable for me to want to short. And I did want to buy up some stuff just before the close yesterday, but I stopped myself. And at this point in time, I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know. Yeah, Ford came out with some stuff. Yeah, we sold Ford, a week or two ago. We're not in Ford anymore. But Ford's not really down that much. I mean, it dropped a little bit with the rate hike yesterday. Still actually up pretty solid over the last couple of days. Bitcoin's still at 27.7 here. Dropped from 29 basically down to under 28 yesterday too. Yeah, German Shepherds are just cool dogs, man. They're just cool dogs. But yeah, like I said, I learned a little bit about training dogs through my dad. My dad, like the way you train a hawk, if you ever, my dad's a falconer, right? So he trains hawks, right? The way you train a hawk is actually very similar to how you train a dog. You condition them through repetition and you feed them, you make them food motivated. And so with a hawk, if you want to get the hawk to fly to your glove, for instance, you put a piece of raw chicken on your glove and you just whistle. And you start off really small, just like you do with a dog. Like you start off really small, so you get maybe a foot away from the bird, and you whistle. Eventually, the bird's going to fly to your glove, and when he does, you generously reward him, and then you scoot it back a little bit further, and then you whistle, and then the bird's going to fly to your glove. Then, eventually, through conditioning, you're going to get that bird to fly to your glove when you whistle. And that's how, and you do it over and over and over again. Eventually, he'll do it every time. Dogs are the same way. You just reward them generously whenever they do something right. Positive reinforcement, Anyways, SPY up to 394.20s. John, would you ever consider doing just one penny stock day trade oriented stream a week, like old times? It helps so much for newbies. I get it, Jessica, I really do. But like, you got to understand me. Like, I would rather be honest with my own viewers. And I'm not hating on penny stocks. I just don't trade them. I just don't trade them. I think the risk is too high. Like, my account at this point is like 160,000 in buying power. And so, to be completely honest, I'm just not buying up any penny stocks, with this. I'm just not buying up any penny stocks with this. I just don't need to. And I think penny stocks are inherently more risky. And I think a lot of people are going to have a better time day trading futures with less money than they are going to be day trading penny stocks with less money. I think penny stocks, are slow a large majority of the time, and then you have small pockets of like big momentum. But even with that big momentum, they're risky. The long-term trend is down. I just don't really buy them up anymore, and I'd rather be honest with people about it. Than I think there's a lot of people on YouTube pretending to like trading penny stocks just to kind of pander to their following, and I would rather just be real about it. I've kind of grown to where my best trades are actually swing trades. And I day trade, of course, every day, but like my swing trades have been incredibly accurate this year, and so that's kind of a niche that I'm slowly starting to put more and more of my attention to. And of course, I still day trade at the open every day, but it's certainly not penny stocks, So yeah, I get it for sure. I understand for sure, Jessica. Small scalps can make money 100%. And there's some great traders, like Relentless Trader on YouTube, really solid penny stock trader every day. And him and I are friends and, all that stuff. But yeah, I just don't trade them anymore. Yeah, I heard about the new Hindenburg report today. I heard about that. I'm curious to see what it is. They say it's big. They always say it's big though, but like I think a lot of traders are watching for that. Yeah, honestly, my female German Shepherd is the same way. Shepherd, Rosie, Bruce is younger, but listens far better than Rosie with regards to unpleasant things, right? So it's like if we have to leave and put Bruce up, Bruce will listen completely. Like Bruce will, all I have to do is open Bruce's crate and Bruce will happily run in there and just lay down and just be content with staying there. Rosie, half the time, we gotta corner her off. Carol's got to go to one side. I got to go to the other side. And then when we get close enough, Rosie just kind of gives up and she puts her head down and then she goes into her crate. But like, she's still fighting with us about that for a while. And they spend a lot of their time outside. Like I said, I exercise these dogs a lot. Like I said, I have a tennis ball shooter that I play with them every day. We bring him for walks. We do all that stuff. But Rosie is just stubborn sometimes. Bruce is much more willing to please and much more, he just listens a little bit better. Rosie's the better dog, though. Rosie's calmer, but Bruce is more willing to listen, for sure. So I think some of their personalities, it's not all of them, but I think some of their personalities are just a little stubborn. Yeah. Donald Duck song. Yeah, for sure. And Jessica, like I said, make your money in penny stocks. I get it. Just be careful you're not investing in them. Investing in penny stocks, again, it's one of those things that a lot of people don't realize, but like you could take the same amount of money you would spend investing in penny stocks or even day trading penny stocks, to be honest. If you put half of that attention towards swing trading large blue chip companies, it's just so much easier for me, at least, to make money. I can't say it's going to be easier for you. I don't know. But like me waiting for a really healthy blue chip to pull back 20%, like Disney dropping to $90 a share, Google dipping down, buying those dips and just waiting a week or two and then selling gives me decent percentage returns, and it's highly accurate for me. And I will add, this is during a bear market too. So this is mostly during a bear market where the market's going down long term. And so I think what happens is like you get people who spend so much time learning penny stocks because frankly there's just so many penny stock gurus. You got Tim Sykes, you got all these other penny stock gurus out here pushing nonsense, and so I think people spend so much time that they refuse to evolve their trading.
And so they just stay trading penny stocks. But again, the easiest way to put it is like big money does not trade penny stocks. Like you want to look at, if you want to figure out what the most profitable strategies are in the market, look at what big money does. Big money doesn't trade penny stocks. Big money avoids penny stocks at all costs in both day trading and swing trading and investing. They just don't do it. Unless they have insider information, they just don't do it. And so if you want to truly have the best potential in trading, I wouldn't personally trade penny stocks. I just think it's a waste of time. A lot of the time, I think they're highly manipulated. They get halted on the way up. A lot of the time, the CEOs are just pumping the stocks up and then selling shares at the top so they can ride off into the sunset millionaires. That's what's happening a lot of the time. And so if the own CEOs don't believe in them, even scalping them, like scalping futures is going to be easier than scalping stocks, in my opinion. But it varies. So just be careful. Best advice I can give you. And again, I'm not hating on penny stocks. I just don't think that they're the best thing for traders sometimes, And I know it's a really hard thing. Like, I think people spend so much time learning penny stocks that it's really hard to break. They're like, oh, well, I'm going to take everything I learned and it's not going to be worth it anymore because I've spent so much time learning it. And I get it. But you can still use everything you learned trading other stuff, SPY at 394.50s, FRC right at $14 this year, right at $14. Yeah, 100%, Robert. FRC wasn't a penny stock a few weeks ago. It's not a penny stock now. It's $14. I wouldn't call that a penny stock. I just wouldn't call it that. All right, guys, Tesla at 194.80s here. SPY still back over the volume weighted average price and the 200 EMA. So I'm really kind of thinking about this too. Penny stock's a scam, but you see the students. Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, like I'm going to be completely real about it. You see these millionaire students, right? Like, bro, that is the biggest marketing pitch in the world, dude. If you think, like, bro, let me think of the easiest way to describe what's going on there with the millionaire students that everybody talks about, right? These millionaire students are just promoting themselves into gurus. So it's kind of one of those things where I'm sure there's kind of like an understood thing where Tim Sykes knows, everybody else in that circle knows that these millionaire students are not actually like they're becoming millionaires because they're turning to online gurus. All right, like a lot of the platforms, like no offense, but like Profitly, for instance, like Profitly is so easy to fake profit, bro. You could so easily fake profit on Profitly. You could write whatever you want in that box. I could say, hey guys, today I made 500 million, and my Profitly graph is gonna go, and then I can take that graph and flash it to everybody and be like, hey guys, look at my $500 million trade. And, if I pretended to use Tim Sykes' content to do it, he's going to say millionaire student, So it's people just creating a business model out of it. That's what it is. And again, it's marketing. Like you got to sell courses. What's the easiest way to sell courses? To claim a bunch of the people that buy it are millionaires now from it. None of the content in those courses is unique. None of it. It's all just kind of copycat of everything else that's out there on the internet for free about penny stocks. All right, we might buy the dip on the SPY here, just a little baby dip. Let's take 50 shares. FRC up to 1420s here. We'll see if that holds. All right, guys, remember, we do have the Bank of England rate decision today. We did buy 50 shares of the SPY here. We might add a little bit more. Look at FRC ripping up. This should be good for markets, I would assume. It's good for markets, but could add a little bit more. 75 shares. We'll take 100 shares right here if we get filled. Struggling to get filled on the last 25. We're trying to take 100, see if we get a quick little pop. But why aren't we getting filled here? We're getting in on the bid. TOS isn't filling us. I'd like to get more than that. Please, TOS. All right, there we go. We're at 100 shares of the SPY. It's a pretty big position to put in all honesty, but see if we get a little pop again. FRC rip it up to 1440s. It should be good for the market. I think Ford actually gap it up today as well. Bitcoin at 27.6K. Yeah, that's the thing that people don't realize. I think, again, I think it's one of those markets where it's like really difficult for people to understand what I'm trying to tell them. Like selling a penny stock course for thousands of dollars. Like, bro, you know how easy it would be for me to package a penny stock course and sell it for thousands of dollars? Like, none of that content's unique, you know? And again, confirmation bias is so strong when people buy it. It's kind of like if you spend 2K on a course, bro, that's the best course ever. It doesn't matter how good the course actually is. It's like you desperately want to confirm it was worth it. You don't want to believe you just wasted $2,000. And so your mind plays tricks on you and thinking that it was better than it actually was. Like you could probably YouTube and Google those the same like penny stock content and get the same stuff in those courses completely free on the internet somewhere. Yet people want to believe it's worth it. All right, so we got 100 shares. We're probably going to unload this. We took a little swing. I thought we might get a little bounce here, but for whatever reason, the market's not really behaving like I wanted it to, and that's all good. We're only down 20 bucks. I like the bounce, though. We're right at the volume-weighted average price in the 200 EMA, but our average isn't good, and so I think we either got the option to add to it to fix our average or cut it, and I'm leaning more towards cut it, I think. What's up, Douglas? I'll let it test the VWAP and then we'll cut it if it can't hold. Yeah, I don't like that. We're going to get out. Just too weak looking, unfortunately, and that's all good. It might actually bounce up right here, but again, just a little bit too weak for me. I don't suggest any penny stock, Charles. I just don't know any good ones. I think a large majority of them trend down over time. Yeah, if jobless claims are bad, but the question though, Shepard, is what is bad? Like what is defined as bad? I guess is the question. What are some stocks that pulled back heavily yesterday on the rate hike decision? What are some stocks? Google's still up to 105. Disney pulled back a little bit, and so I might start. I'm going to buy 25 shares of Disney right now, just 25. And again, I understand the risk; it's small, so we're going to take 25 shares and leave it at that. All right, and we're going to plan to add to this as long as we really need to, in all honesty. So we're going to take 25 shares. We're going to add to it if it keeps dipping down. Plan is to add to it up to 92s, 91s, 90s, and 80s if we need to. So we'll add a $10 range on Disney and look to catch a bounce. We'll try to dollar cost into this one, maybe. If it's moving down, that is, over the next week or two. Microsoft's up so much already, though. So Microsoft is already at 275. So it's already up so much already. So and it's already effectively rebounded all the way back from where it dropped yesterday from the rate hike decision. Roku, I don't trust it at all. Yeah, Tesla's too close to 200 and up so much over the last couple of days. I just don't trust it. Yeah, I thought the rate hike decision was pretty good. Yeah. Again, I'm buying Disney, but I'm definitely not recommending anybody else buy it. This is just like I am willing to hold Disney long term if I really need to. And it hasn't really pulled back enough. Like 25 shares is a very small introductory position to Disney. Very small. The market is the market is red today. Or no, the market is green in pre-market, but red leading up to it. So we're pretty flat over the last few days. Yeah, Roku, I just don't trust the business of Roku. The reason I don't trust the business is because I think Roku is very, very replaceable as a business service. I think over time, software updates and the actual TV companies are going to render Roku, unnecessary. And maybe that doesn't happen, but I think it makes it vulnerable, Yeah, so SPY pulling back a little sideways. We took one little trade this morning, but very small. All right, so the SEC has charged 8 celebrities regarding, quote, illegally touting TRX and BTT without disclosing that they were being paid. I bet you guys can appreciate my plugs now a lot more, right? When I plug something every single time, I say, hey, they are a sponsor of mine. I am certainly biased in their favor because they pay me money. That's all you got to say. I don't know why these influencers can't just say that. You know, very easy. Like, I get it. They might have a little bit worse signups. But honestly, I think for me personally, it builds trust. People realize, like, I'm being honest. I think people would rather honesty. Roku is pre-installed on a lot of TVs. I understand, but I think over time the TVs are gonna just start doing it themselves. So I think over time the TV companies are just gonna start implementing their own software version of Roku themselves, and then just kind of cutting out the middleman and not using Roku. But maybe not, you know. Robert Wadlow was the tallest man alive. I'm partially convinced this dude was an alien. You know, I know all the ancient stories, like the Bible and a lot of other religious texts talk about giants. You know, they do talk about giants. And so I'm not saying this man was a giant, but he was definitely a giant. You know. Yeah. When retailers feel bad news, it means market's bullish. Yeah, I mean, generally, if anything I've showed you to be true is that most traders are wrong, you know? People are so emotional, bro. Like bears and bulls are like the blood and Crips too, man. Like, I could be completely right and be like, yo, we don't have to crash. A crash isn't necessarily imminent. Like, you know, I'm flat on my swing trades, and it's like, if somebody said that if we pull back 0.5% and somebody said we would crash, have a deep crash, we pull back 0.5%, those people are like, see, haha, I told you so. And then when I'm like, hey, well, we haven't crashed, they're like, I'm out, bro, you're a permabull. It's just kind of like, what are y'all talking about, man? How emotional you got to be? Like, I'm not saying the market's not going to go down. You know, I'm just saying we haven't crashed yet, you know? And so it's like, I think people are so afraid to admit they were wrong. Like, a lot of people have been pumping a crash for the last 6 months straight. And I've seen them every day. They're saying a crash is happening, bro. A crash is here. We're going to do it. Market has gone like this since then, you know? And so it's just kind of like, all right, guys. Well, everybody said we were going to crash and we haven't now. It doesn't mean we're not going to either. I don't really know what's going to happen. But yeah, it's like I'll running a YouTube channel is funny because it's like I'll literally be like, "Hey guys, I have no idea what's gonna happen," you know. I have no idea what's gonna happen, but we don't necessarily have to crash. I'll say something exactly like that, and then we drop 0.5%, and the bears come out like, "Haha, see, I predicted this," because they said 3 weeks ago, you know, some random thing, and it's just kind of like, no, you didn't. Like, go away, like, you know. Don't be toxic. But it's fun, man. Like I said, just it's not the Bloods and Crips here. Like, again, I short, I go long. Right now, I'm pretty flat. I don't trust the market right now. I just don't trust it. I think there's too much nuance behind it. I think there's too big of a chance that we could have some bad news come out that could dump the market. But I don't think it's necessarily a certainty either. I think that we could move up too. But it's at the unknown point for me where I'm just not buying up too much. I bought a little bit of Disney today, just kind of if we do rip up, so I don't have too much FOMO, but it's a 25 share position, and I will continue to add to this down to the 80s if it continues to drop that hard. So Tesla just popped over 195 here, and again, we'll see what we get, but yeah. You should start publicly challenging those calls. Yeah, for sure. Like, cause like the real, like most of the people that really want to say I told you so, like the way they'll do it is that they'll put out a bunch of different calls, right? So it's like if you put out a call on, say you think the SPY is going to hit 390, then you put out another call like a couple days later where you say the SPY is going to hit 392. Then you put another call out the next day where you say the SPY is going to hit 401. Then when the SPY hits 392, you're like, aha, see, I told you. And it's like, well, kind of. You also said we'd hit 401. You say we hit 390. And so it's like, sure, anybody could throw out 5 or 10 calls and then isolate the ones that were correct and then claim to be a genius. But it's just misleading, And again, it happens all the time. And so I think time has shown that I've been pretty right about a lot of stuff. I told people we didn't have to crash. We didn't. I told people when I buy up stuff, it usually bounces. Again, the last 6 months, the market's overwhelmingly pushed up. So if you look at a 6-month chart here and you zoom out, the last 6 months, the market's green. It's not super green, but it is green. If you look at the lows from October, the market has ripped up pretty big since then. But it's not like really polarized to one side is what people have to realize. Like, here's the SPY, so like this is essentially the SPY gone up really big, and then like even if we zoom the other way, you can kind of see we pull back a little bit like this. Basically, like this is what the market has done. We're at that now. So like that's the market of the last like 5 months. It's basically been moving up, and maybe we crash again. I don't know, maybe we do, but we're not there yet. It's crazy how little people know about things and will make predictions as if they are experts in the field. 100%, bro. Honestly, I had a guy who joined my stream, and he turned out to be one of the more toxic people who eventually got banned. But I do kind of feel for him because he wasn't like a bad guy. I think he's just got some emotional problems. But like, I had a guy that joined the stream as a brand new trader, right? He joined the stream as like a brand new trader. Like this dude, and he would thank me. He would say, hey, man, I just started. Thank you. Relatively normal. I started asking him like for some like small little moments of help. Like, hey, if you see news on this, can you send it to me? Or, hey, can you send this to me? Or whatever it was, right? And then he started getting really active in our Discord. And bro, within 2 months, my guy was saying, hey guys, I've been trading for 30 years. Yesterday I made 50K. And I'm sitting there watching it like, bro, no, you have not. Like, why lie? Like, why lie about profit like that? Like you just started 2 months ago. You definitely are making 50K. Hey, my guy, thank you, man. Mark, he said this is the chat's formal request to make this duck song theme song for the channel. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. $5 donation. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it very much. Thanks, brother. Shout out to Mark. Formal request to make the Donald Duck song. Maybe, bro. I'll have to find it. I don't even remember what the Donald Duck song is called, but I appreciate the donation regardless. But yeah, thanks again, man. I appreciate it. But no, like I said, within a month, the guy that had just started trading a couple months ago, all of a sudden had been trading for 20 plus years. And he's all of a sudden making $15,000 a day on penny stocks. And worse than that, the dude was pressuring people to buy stuff. He'd be like, buy ABC penny stock. Do it now. You'll regret it if you don't. And I'm sitting there like, dude, you are the last person that should be telling anybody to do this. And when you ask him to stop, then he would just get really defensive and weird. It was just kind of like, man, eventually he had to get the boot. But that's my point, is like, people evolve from brand new traders to experts really quickly on the internet, so just be careful anybody telling you they're an expert. A large majority of people are not stock market experts. You got a bunch of young 18-year-olds with braces out there selling courses trying to claim to be stock market experts. They haven't even lived long enough to be experts in anything, let alone the stock market. So just be careful out there. It's one of the reasons I tell people, hey, I'm not a big expert. So Bill Ackman said yesterday, Secretary Yellen made reassuring comments that led the market and depositors to believe that all deposits were now implicitly guaranteed. That, coupled with a leak suggesting the Treasury, FDIC, and Yellen were looking for ways to guarantee all deposits, reassured the banking sector and depositors. This afternoon, Secretary Yellen walked back yesterday's implicit support for small banks and depositors while making it explicit that system-wide deposit guarantees were not being considered. We have gone from implicit support to depositors to explicit statement today that no guarantee is being considered, with rates now being raised to 5%. 5% is a threshold that makes bank deposits that much less attractive. I would be surprised if deposit outflows don't accelerate effective immediately. A temporary system-wide deposit guarantee is needed to stop the bleeding. The longer the uncertainty continues, the more permanent the damage is going to be to smaller banks, and the more difficult it will bring to bring their customers back. End quote. And then again, that's what Bill Ackman just said. Let me know if you agree with him here. I don't know if I do or not, but let me know if you agree with him there. Yeah, Mark, you should be good, bro. Hope you didn't get banned, man. You should be good, dude. Top 3 fumbles in NFL history. Hey, it's all good. Yeah, so I know that, Martin. So yeah, I know what he was saying. So she, and again, I don't know what the right move is, to be honest. I think they were talking about guaranteeing all deposits. I still think they're going to be really hesitant to let the big banks fail, but who knows what we're going to get, to be honest here. Again, FRC at 1420s here. We got the SPY at 394.30s. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he was short. It sounds to me more like he was long, and he wants them to insure deposits because that's going to be a more optimistic sign for stuff, is my guess here. All right, guys. Market's pretty flat right now. FRC did rip up, but then pulled back a little bit. And again, the question is, do the banks get insured fully over 250K? All right. Adam Aaron said yesterday, I learned at my weekly staff meeting that AMC set an all-time record last week for the highest ever in our history food and beverage revenue per patron. So so yeah, 25 basis points. But yeah, equities appeared to react to the comment from Janet Yellen during Powell's press conference. Again, Tesla currently sitting at about 195.20s here. SPY did bounce up. I probably could have held that SPY day trade I got into, but it's all good. Why not be more optimistic about the market? Well, because I think I number one, I get called both. I get called a perma bull, and then people also say that I'm too, bearish or whatever it is. In the end, it doesn't matter. Like, we're just talking. I'm talking about life. I sit on the stream for 4 hours every day, and so we're gonna talk about everything here. If we tried to keep it to just the market, it would get pretty boring pretty fast, and we'd run out of stuff to talk about because, frankly, we look at the market every day. And so I'm going to talk about my life. I'm going to talk about what I got to deal with running this channel, therapeutic to a certain extent, and I think a lot of people tune in for all of it. All right, guys, SPY back up 394.60s. Maybe I should have held that position, but again, I think there was risk. I had 100 shares of the SPY, which is a pretty big position. All right, guys, we still got about 40 minutes for jobless claims numbers. All right, guys, market's moving up a little bit. FRC at 1440s. Hey, thank you, Paul. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support regardless, brother. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do no more rate hikes. I think what he said during the press conference was optimistic. I think what he said was optimistic. I thought he would say optimistic things. I didn't know if the market would rip up or down from it, but I thought he would say pretty optimistic things regarding all of it. But yeah. FRC flying up here. Let's see if the banks follow this move here. So if we look at like WAL, we're looking at like WAL, we're looking at JP Morgan Chase. But look at FRC all the way back up to 1460s here. Let me look to see if we got any news coming out. We do have the Bank of England rate hike decision coming out basically right now. So we do have the Bank of England rate hike decision basically coming out right now, guys. So be ready. Yeah, what's up, Ernie? Thanks, man. Yeah, I basically told you guys what Jerome Powell would probably say yesterday prior to it. If you guys heard my thesis on what he would say, I thought that we would do 25 basis points and then he would say optimistic things. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, the market reacted negatively to the secretary's comments regarding insuring bank deposits. So the market still went down, but I think his comments were overwhelmingly optimistic. And so, again, I was really thinking about buying this dip yesterday at the close, but, we just didn't do it. And now the market's bounced back a little bit too much for me to really want to buy it up like that. Yeah, we also have some stuff coming out in crypto. Again, Coinbase getting sued by the SEC over staking, essentially. And yeah, we'll see if the market continues to rebound here. We did a poll as well, of course. We did a poll. We asked people bullish or bearish on today's jobless claims report. 54% are bullish, 46% are bearish here. We are going to do a Twitter poll as well. All right, guys. Again, do me a favor, hit that like button. We got over 100 likes. We did a Twitter poll as well, a bull or bear Twitter poll. All right, market still looks a little resilient, still moving back up some here. Market looks okay. All right, love you. Have a good day. Yeah, so 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, so we got the timer. We got about 35, 40 minutes left. The actual interest rate decision drops in 7 minutes. So the interest rates drop in 7 minutes for the Bank of England. That is. So the Bank of England interest rate decision happens pretty soon. So yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what we get. All right, guys. Market still looks kind of good here, to be honest. I'm bearish about it. Yeah, so jobless claims numbers, again, we'll put up a banner. All right, so jobless claims drop at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Expectations for jobless claims are 197,000, 197K. Let me know what you guys think. Jobless claims drop at 8:30. Expectations are for 197K. Do we go over or under this? Let me know what you guys think. What's up, Justin? Yeah, Credit Suisse just dumping down. Again, we do have the Bank of England rate hike coming out in about 4 minutes, guys. About 4 minutes. Hey, bud, how you doing, man? Good, man. Love you, buddy. You feeling okay? All right, bro. Have a good day at school, man. Love you, buddy. Here, don't mess with that. It's a bull fighting a bear. In the stock market, bears think that there are people who think... Yeah, that's right. Bears think the market's going to go down. Bulls think the market's going to go up. That's right. So bears battle bulls. Basically, shorts battle longs, essentially. All right, buddy. Here, we'll be ready for school, bud. All right. You feeling okay today? Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Hey, I love you. All right. Here, go to school. All right. Have a good day, man.
Okay.
Here, stop messing with that, bro. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Come on. Leave it alone. I love you, buddy. Get out of here. Have a good day at school, bud. Hey, close the door. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, what do you guys think? We come in higher or lower? The SPY's pushing all the way back up to 395s here. And so you can see prior to the rate hike decision yesterday, not the rate hike decision actually caused a positive reaction here. But prior to that, or after the comments by the secretary, the market just dumped down here. So we are basically right around here now. So we basically pretty close to where we were prior to the big drop. So we're pretty flat, in all honesty. When you're gonna YOLO the kids' college fund? Oh man, kids' college are already paid for, bro. You know, I'm definitely not messing with that. All right, guys, vote on the Twitter poll as well. Give me a follow at Beginner Trades if you haven't already. Give your boy a follow here. We still got about 31 minutes. Here goes. So we got the rate hike coming out in about an hour, or in about a minute and a half. Yeah, the biggest thing, like, I want my kids to go to college for a STEM subject. You know, I think the problem is, like, one of the main problems with college nowadays is that people are going to school for entrepreneurship and business and journalism. Like, no offense, but those are relatively worthless degrees. It's always going to be better to have a degree than not have a degree, regardless of what it is in. But a business degree right now, unless you're going to get a master's and go work at corporate, which is fine if you do, is worthless if you don't do that. You know, so if you're getting a business degree, you better be getting your master's. You know, if you don't get your master's, it's not going to do anything. Same thing with a psychology degree. You know, same thing with a journalism degree, although a journalism degree is much less valuable regardless of whether you get your master's in it or not. And so I want my kids to go to college, but if they're going to go to college, they need to be a doctor or a lawyer or mathematics of some sort or just STEM subjects, you know. My son comes to me and says he wants to go to college for journalism. I'm going to tell him no. You know, JP Morgan, rip it up. Banks are doing a little bit better. All right, guys, here goes the rate hike decision. About 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Let's see what we get here for the rate hike decision. It is out right around now. Let's see what the rate decision was. All right, they raised it 25 basis points as expected. So Bank of England raised rates 25 basis points as expected. So again, rate hike was 25 basis points as expected. There's the Donald Duck sign, Mark. You know, 25 basis points as expected. Yeah, trades are good, you know. Like, I think trades are good. Welders, plumbers. There's just a lot of good trades that you can make a lot of money from. You know, I think the ceiling is a little bit lower, but I think that's okay because it really depends on what somebody likes doing. Some people are just not meant. I think they changed the standard where everybody needs to go to college now. And I want my kids to go to college. But again, if my kids go to college, they need to go in an actual useful subject. I think you got a lot of people that are just getting bachelor's in business, which means nothing. It's it's better to have a college degree than not. But the same person, if they just spent 4 years building a business, they would be more successful most of the time than the person that got their bachelor's in business. That goes and works for somebody else. The ceiling is higher for entrepreneurship, but there's much more risk. Like I make more than a lot of my, friends that went to college, because I spent the time building stuff and learning stuff, but it varies. Software development is a little bit more nuanced than that as well. I think you're going to get a better software developer job if you go to college, but I know people go to boot camps now and stuff like that too. So it varies. Yeah. Well, teaching, my mom was a teacher. I could never be a teacher. I don't have the patience for it. Yeah, I feel you, Chris. I'm not mad at that, bro. Do your thing, man. Texas A&M bachelor's is Texas A&M degree is super powerful because of that network. That's where I want my kids to go to school. I'm pushing my daughter. I'm a LSU fan. Like I'm from Louisiana. I'm from Baton Rouge, right? So I'm a huge LSU fan. But my daughter, I hope she doesn't go to LSU. I'm not going to support her if she does. As much as I love LSU, I don't want my daughter living in Baton Rouge. Again, I'm from Baton Rouge. It's my home. I love it. I miss it. I visit it when I can. But do I want my daughter to go to school there? No. It's too dangerous, man, to be honest. Like, that's my home. Like, I understand it more than a lot of other people. It's just, it's just too dangerous now. It's been getting worse over the last 30 years. And so I'd much rather go to A&M, College Station, a little town, safe, that's where I'm pushing her to go. You think Fournette will go to Dallas? Whew, man, I don't know. I remember Fournette when he was in LSU. Man's a beast. Yeah, I mean, I love LSU. I'll always root for LSU over any other school. But in terms of whether I want my kid to go there, number one, I want my kid to be close. LSU's too far away. I want her to be in the same state as I do. But I'm pretty sure she's not even going to apply to LSU. All right, guys. SPY kind of chopping back and forth a little bit here. Not really doing too much, though. FRC moving and get a little bit. We're watching Tesla under 195s. Well, Baton Rouge is about an hour away from New Orleans, which is one of the murder capitals right now. It's just lately Baton Rouge has gotten kind of rough, And again, it's my hometown, but like, it's just dangerous, And again, it's also just I want my daughter to be closer, I'd rather, College Station's a couple hours away from me. I'm in Houston. I'm in a suburb outside of Houston, but basically Houston. I'm a native of Florida that lives in New York and wants to move to Louisiana. Listen, Louisiana's got some great food. Great food. The economy's okay, but Louisiana's got some good food. Good culture, too. Just good people, man. Good culture, good people. It really is. All right, guys, market is chopping back and forth. Spot now. All right, SPY rip it up, guys. Rip it up. Or not rip it up, I'm sorry. Rip it down over the last 10 minutes or so. Starting to push back up. You can see the volume weighted average price and the 200 EMA are right around the same spot. Right around 394 right now. 394.20s. So we'll see what happens with banking here. There's a lot of choppiness going on. I do see a little bit of a trend if we zoom out some more, but for now, it's just too unknown here. Market's going back and forth, up and down. I'm watching this specific level, this 394.30 level. Yeah, I'm not okay. Listen, like I said, cute. A lot of smart kids graduated with journalism. I understand that, but you need to understand that they're not getting graduated because of their major. They're not they're not getting jobs because of their major in that regard. Like you can go to medical school with, a science degree. You know what I mean? And so it's like you could still get in and do other stuff, but understand that's not that degree specialty. Like, yeah, like you can get in, work in finance without a finance degree. It's a little bit more rare. And you can always isolate examples of that and say, hey, well, look, in that way, journalism. But if that's your plan, just get a finance degree. Don't get a journalism degree. You know what I mean? Like, there's just, to a certain extent, it's a waste of money. Now, it's always going to be better to have a degree than not, of course. But you got to get the right degree, I think. And I think a lot of people are just getting degrees just because their parents are pushing them to. And I don't know if that's the right move sometimes, but. All right, guys. So the Bank of England raised rates 25 basis points. Maybe. I don't know. We said we got the chop Howard for sure. Hey, nice pun. Yeah, I've been a real estate agent out there. Like I sold somebody some houses out there in Killeen, Texas. A couple hours away from me, but not that far. Right, for sure. All right, guys, we got about 20 minutes before jobless claims numbers come out. 20 minutes, team. Yeah, Ivy League graduation is still going to be more valuable than anything else, of course. All right, guys, 20 minutes, guys, 20 minutes. Higher claims will probably be bullish because it means less people working, less inflationary problems, but it's not a for sure thing. Because we're also fearing a recession right now. So it's a mix of like recession fears and inflation fears. You know what I mean? So it's a mix between recession and inflation fears. And I think that puts us in this nuanced position where we don't really know what kind of reaction we're going to get. And I think that makes it a little bit less known. All right, guys, market is bouncing back up a little bit here. All right, guys. How accurate are Carr's predictions? Well, the last time he was here, he said that the SPY would move up to the all-time highs and then crash, which is kind of the opposite of what we did. The all-time highs would be $480s. So basically, he said we would do this and then crash back down, and that's definitely not what we've gotten. We've been kind of rangy, really. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna get. Again, I'm at a point now where I really don't know what kind of market responses we're gonna get right now. I think it's a little bit too nuanced to really make predictions in terms of like swing trades. So I'm pretty flat. I'm not really loving much of the price action lately, and so yeah, I'm a little skeptical of it. All right, guys, but yeah, SPY pretty neutral here. We're at 394.20s. What tools do I use to trade? I use the volume weighted average price, look at the SPY chart, stuff like that. All right, guys, we still got 16, 17 minutes here. Again, the banks are really what you should be watching today. The market's actually pretty neutral heading into all this. So we're actually pretty sideways in all this stuff going on. Like the market dipped down big and then basically rebounded right back today. So it's pretty flat. No, I don't use order flow. Don't use DOM. Don't use volume profile. I mostly just trade momentum. I'm a purist in that regard, I think. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna get today. I get it. It's not that I even think we're gonna end neutrally. I just don't know what we got right now. All right, guys, 15 minutes here, team. So be ready. Is AMD overpriced right now? I'm not buying AMD. AMD is up just way too much over the last. Let's see. So AMD was down at $55 a share at its lows back in October. It's all the way back up to 100. It's up basically 100% right now relative to those October lows. And so for me personally, same thing with like Netflix and a few other ones. All right, guys. So yeah, let's see what the market does. We're consolidating pretty sideways at this point in time. Like we're not really doing too much. All right, guys. So again, just kind of sitting back, waiting to see what the market gives us here. We still got 15 minutes before jobless claims actually come out. About 14 minutes actually, but. Yeah, just kind of sitting back waiting for the numbers to come out, guys. We are going to throw it in sub only mode, so if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Here's the sub only mode. So hey, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We appreciate it. Airlines, what are airlines at right now? What's UAL? UAL is kind of my gauge. 43s, not bad. Hasn't moved that much in a couple years. Like I bought this in 2020 at $25 a share, so it's moved up a lot since then. But that was during the 2020 crash. So I don't know what like reasonable price levels are. If I look over the last year, airlines have actually been doing okay. I mean, relative to everything else, we're kind of flat on the year for airlines. Yeah, we can put Bitcoin chart up. I wanted to have the banking chart up, but I get it. Again, there's 27.7 thousand here for Bitcoin, 27.7 thousand. So Bitcoin's still trying. We'll put the dollar index up too. Again, hit that subscribe button. Announces you're subscribed. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, Bull Bear, I'm looking at your comments. You said you predicted what we're at now. You actually said 398 was the POC, the point of control, and we're not anywhere around 398. And you said that yesterday. Talking about today, I don't see any other predictions that you've made really here over the last couple days. So I'm not saying you didn't make them, but like, you know. Anyways, SPY at 394.20s. And again, you got to understand my bias, which is I'm kind of against people coming in here trying to, like, you just get so many people that they're a little loose with it. Like I said, a lot of people make really vague predictions, and then when anything halfway like it happens, then they say, "Aha, see," and it's just kind of like, "Oh, well, did you really though?" You know what I mean? You can have predictions, Car, but like, again, you got to just be honest about them, because I can look back at the history of the chat and see who's right and who's wrong. And again, if you're wrong, if you're right, I'll give you credit. But you know, you got to be right. Bitcoin at 2770s. Like, essentially, Car, you've been yelling crash for 2 months now, and we haven't crashed. We're pretty flat over a 2-month period, actually. And so it's like, you can make those predictions, and that's fine, but you also have to be, you know, willing to hear me fact check it once the time plays out. And maybe we still crash again. Maybe that happens, but we're just not there yet, brother. Yeah, it's not like predictions aren't valued here. That's not it at all. But like, again, I got a lot of people that make really vague predictions, and then when something slight, like they say, yeah, we're gonna crash down today, you know, or crash down this week is imminent, and then a week passes and we've dropped like 0.5%, and they're like, see, and it's like, we dropped 0.5%, bro. Yeah, market's pushing up right now, actually at 394.50s, 394.50s. Yeah, maybe. Car. Yeah, I saw the Hindenburg news. I'm curious to see what it's about too. That'll be fun to watch as well. I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, you guys don't need my validation, man. You know, if anything, you might get the opposite of it. Like, the thing to understand about me is, like, I'm anti-pressure, right? Like, if you pressure people to follow you or like to copy you or to do certain things, if you scream buy at somebody or sell at somebody, if you really pressure somebody to do anything, I'm going to immediately have negative bias against you. And I'm going to start looking at you like this person's being a little bit too dramatic and pressuring in my channel. It's not everybody, but like, I'd rather it just be a pressure-free, you know, environment where we can all talk about the market. We can all, you know, look at stuff. We can make predictions, but it should never be, hey, you have to do this right now, or hey, do this right now, or this is going to happen. Like, that's toxic and it's just not helpful. You know what I mean? Hey, what do you think of FRC and Tesla? I think Tesla dropped big and is basically flat from the Fed meeting, which I think is good, to be honest. I think with a lot of people were worried about banks. You know, FRC, Yellen said yesterday that they were not going to insure all the little banks' deposits, which is causing a lot of bearish sentiment. But thank you so much for the donation, Burke. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, sir. Why don't you love me, John? You know. Yeah, 60% of the time I'm right, 100% of the time. All right, guys, market moving up, Tesla moving up. Let's see if it actually holds. The SPY is actually over the volume weighted average price and the 200 EMA. So we'll see if that stops and holds. It's World Bear Day today. Visa. Yeah, but Visa's still pretty solid on the year, though. Visa's actually green on the year, leading the market a little bit more than Caterpillar. Same thing. It's pretty flat on the year, too. Apple's pushing up towards green on the year. It's at 157s right now. Microsoft should be green on the year, too. No, not quite. All right, guys. 6 minutes. Schwab. Yeah, I mean, Joseph says, to be honest, that they keep pumping the market on fake hope of rate cuts and pauses, which have not happened. Well, I didn't think that the chances of a pause were very high. You know, we had some people pushing pause, but to be honest, it was pretty evenly balanced, I would say. I think just as many people were pushing for a pause yesterday. I think we had just as many people pushing for 50 or 75 rate hike, which I thought were far less likely. And I told people exactly what would happen. You know, so if you got watched the stream, people were asking me for a prediction yesterday, and the only thing I said was that I thought that and again, I could probably find this clip, but what I said was I thought they would do almost certainly 25 basis points, and then I thought that Jerome Powell would say positive, optimistic things, and that's exactly what we got. We got 25 basis point rate hike, and we got optimistic, positive things. The reason the market reacted negatively is because of Yellen saying that they were not going to insure small bank deposits over 250K. And that caused a lot of bearish reactions in the market, but it didn't really have to do with Jerome Powell's sentiment. He was overwhelmingly positive, which is why the move wasn't even farther down. I think if he wasn't positive, I think we would have dropped even more yesterday. But because of that, I think it kind of canceled it out to a certain extent. Not fully, because we still dropped, but you know what I mean. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes. Yeah, Coinbase getting investigated by the SEC for crypto staking. Yeah, and I understand the crypto staking problem. Again, I'm not saying I agree with the SEC, you know, doing it, but they've always had a problem with staking. They've never liked staking, you know. So it's like, well, let's see how everything moves forward. But yeah, they've always kind of had issues with that. Crypto staking is what they're mad about. Yeah, if you're going to make predictions about the future, you know, you got to be ready for me to pull up the receipts days later. You know, especially if you're sitting there like, see, I told you guys, you better be ready for me to pull up those receipts, because I certainly will. And I can very easily. I can look up the entire chat history. Thoughts on Credit Suisse? Now, Credit Suisse failing is a bad thing. You know, they've been around since before the Civil War, so they've been around for a long time. But, all right, here's the big but, though. Credit Suisse was already doing pretty bad leading up to this. And so it's not like here's Credit Suisse's weekly chart. You know, Credit Suisse has been basically failing for the last decade. straight. Like, here's the decade chart of Credit Suisse. And so the rate hikes, yeah, they're not great, but like Credit Suisse, it's not like Credit Suisse was like, you know, the poster boy of success leading up to this. You know, Credit Suisse was already pretty weak. It was been under $10 for years and years and years now. So regardless of how long it's been around, it was already doing pretty rough, you know, leading up to this. And I think this was just kind of the final nail in the coffin for Credit Suisse, in that, like, this is the one thing that finally just kind of got it done. It got it out there and had to get it bought out. But it's obviously not good. Obviously not good. Market pull it back again. Jobless claim numbers drop in 2.5 minutes. All right, we're gonna remove the timer here, and there we go, and just prep. But yeah, Credit Suisse break it down. First Republic. We got Bitcoin here. There's Bitcoin. We can look at the dollar index too a little bit. Right. Well, he's still pushing the soft landing. He said there's still a chance that we do get a soft landing. He also said that the likelihood of no rate hikes next session was high, and I think that was optimistic. But it is open to interpretation and subjective, of course. We're going to get everything ready. Again, thousands of people tune into these streams because we cover this data very fast, very quickly here. And we're going to try to do the same today. Again, the Bank of England raised rates 25 basis points. We got jobless claims data coming out pretty soon here. So we are just pulling up all this stuff, getting this as ready as we can for the data to come out. So bear with me here. We got about a minute left. Again, hit that subscribe button. We did put it in sub only mode. So if you have not already, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it for sure. But yeah, about a minute left. All right, guys, less than a minute. Again, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We'll see if we get something good today. Jobless claims expected at 197,000. 197,000. Remember, hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure the live button is red and not gray. Red means you're in real time. Make sure to click the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up. But again, expectations for jobless claims are 197,000, 197K. Continuing claims expected to show up at 1.684 million. We also have building permit data, I think, today, right? Or is that? Yeah, building permit data dropped, or maybe that wasn't today. But yeah, jobless claims numbers drop in about 20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. New home sales at 10 as well. All right, guys, we are ready. Hopefully it's positive. All right, guys. And let's see what we get. Waiting for jobless claims numbers. Waiting. Market has not reacted. Doesn't look like it's out yet. Let's look elsewhere. Yeah, I'm not seeing jobless claims react yet. Yeah, no jobless claims numbers are reported yet. Okay, jobless claims showed up at 191 versus 197 expected. 191 versus 197 expected. Lower than expected. The market did not react at all to this, which is very strange for jobless claims numbers. Again, 191 versus 197 expected here for jobless claims. The market has basically not reacted at all. Continuing claims did come in higher than expected, so maybe that has to do with it, where continuing claims were worse. Or continuing claims were higher than expected, and initial claims came in lower than expected. So continuing claims came in at 1.694 million, but the more important one is initial claims, and that came in at 191. Market started to bounce up a little bit, so a little bit of a delayed reaction here. But yeah, there is here's the jobless claims data that we just posted here. And again, we cover it quickly, so hit that subscribe button here. Here's the jobless claims date. But very neutral reaction. I mean, it was a little bit lower than expected for initial claims, but continuing claims were higher. Current account came in at minus 206.8 billion. And now we have new home sales coming out as well. Got about 1,100 people here. So again, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the support, and let's keep that growth up, team, if we can. All right, market now flushing all the way back down. Starting to flush all the way back down here. Yeah, that's probably right, Martin. The market's starting to, again, it came in lower than expected, which is worse than expected, at least relative to recent reactions here. So it's worse than expected relative to recent reactions. Again, it's one of those things that more people working is going to be interpreted as a negative right now, just like low unemployment is going to be seen as a negative and stuff like that. So jobless claims coming in lower than expected means more people working, which means more people spending, which is bad for inflation problems. And that's probably why we're dropping down a little bit. But again, it's a very neutral reaction today. Not a huge reaction. The next thing we have is the new home sales data dropping at 10 o'clock. But yeah, just not the best reaction here in that regard. Tesla falling down a little bit. Bitcoin reacting negatively too, but not a super huge downward move or anything like that. Banks are reacting to this. FRC dipping down a little bit on this news too. And again, if you haven't already, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program. So if you want to day trade some of these releases here, if I put up the E-mini on the left, a lot of people lose money in day trading, and they day trade penny stocks, and they try to trade with a cash account, and they do all this different stuff, do these gymnastics to try to get around the PDT rule. The futures market has no PDT restrictions. You can day trade short it in futures, no restriction with the PDT rule in futures. So you can essentially trade the S&P 500 in futures with no PDT rule. And TopStep tests your skill. And so it's the cheapest barrier of entry to try it out, where you put up, you pay $140, a little bit less than that. If you use my link, you get 20% off. And if you can pass their testing, they fund you. So they test your profitability. They make you hit a profit target without hitting a max loss, and they test your skill. And just taking this test builds your skill. It teaches you how to trade. You learn how to follow rules, and there's a ton of resources as well. And if you can pass their testing, they fund you between $50,000 to $150,000 legitimately with a 90% split. So once you're funded, you make $20K, you keep 18 of that. Regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, they pay out millions, fund thousands of traders every year. It's the most legit funded program in the world. Been around for over a decade, kind of who everybody else copies off of. But again, it's really useful because most people are going to fail these challenges because most day traders lose, but it's so much cheaper to try TopStep and lose and, lose $140 than it is to put up the 10 or 15K you would need regularly to do it. And so it's a much cheaper barrier of entry. You can test your skill. If you're good enough, you can pass it and get a 90% split. And so it's the easiest way to get started in day trading without taking on a lot of risk and really have some pressure. You still have some pressure to succeed. So if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. You can get 20% off. There's the link. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. Yeah, it should work in Canada. But there's the link right there if you want to check it out. Great way to help support the channel. But yeah, jobless claims, pretty flat, pretty neutral, came in slightly lower than expected. Data is not really either one. I would say it's neutral. Higher jobless claims, lower continuing claims. No, you don't have to make 20K before your first payout. Not in your funded account, at least. You can withdraw, small amounts, I think, from it, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd reach out to them. Yeah, better to lose on TopStep than it is to put up the money yourself. And in order to trade futures, realistically, you need at least like 10 to 15,000. And so it's a lot cheaper. Like if you want to learn to trade and grow faster, it's cheaper to take a funded account program. A lot of people hate on them, but it's like, if you really think about it, 95% of day traders lose. And I think most people are going to lose this funded account program, but it's cheaper to lose a TopStep account than it is to put up the money yourself. You still have some pressure. And if you're good enough, you can still make money once you're funded. But it's just a good middle ground where it's less risk as a new trader, and you're still learning, you're still growing, you're still having pressure on you, which is important, but not the full extent of like a live account. So a good little middle ground for new traders to take. Great way to help support the channel too. All right, so Hindenburg report. Is the Hindenburg short report out? All right, guys. So again, sitting back up a little bit, back up over the volume weighted average price now. All right, guys. SPY sitting flat completely from this. All right, guys. Market is very flat, very neutral from all this report. Yeah, but Powell actually said optimistic, positive things. The rate hike was also interpreted as positive. The market moved up from it. The reason the market reversed really quick on Powell's during the press conference was because of Secretary Yellen's comments regarding not insuring small bank deposits over 250,000. That caused a lot of fear and dumped the market really quickly. But it wasn't from Powell's words. It was more so from the secretary's words regarding what we're going to do with banks, and that's causing a lot of fear at banks, and that kind of had a trickle effect with the market. But yeah, so it's just kind of, we're just kind of sitting back waiting. But yeah, it's a monthly fee, Kevin. That's what it is. All right, yeah, so I'm looking at SQ and the Hindenburg short report here. Here's SQ right now. Wow. Again, this is one of the reasons I basically refuse to invest in small software. And I think this is actually a hardware company, but I'm looking up the Hindenburg report right now. All right, so they said Block inflated user metrics and frictionless fraud facilitation enabled insiders to cash out over $1 billion. They said Block, formerly known as Square, is a $44 billion market cap company that claims to have developed a, quote, frictionless and magical financing technology. And I'm going to preface this with, like, look, I'm not saying I agree with this, okay? I am not saying I agree with this report. I am simply reading the Hindenburg short report on Block or SQ, symbol SQ. But again, it says that they claim to have developed a frictionless and magical financial tech with a mission to empower the unbanked or the underbanked. Our 2-year investigation has concluded that Block has systemically taken advantage of the demographic it claims to be helping. The, quote, magic behind Block's business has not been disruptive innovation, but rather the company's willingness to facilitate fraud against consumers and the government, avoid regulation, dress up predatory loans and fees as revolutionary technology, and mislead investors with inflated metrics. Our research involved dozens of interviews with former employees, partners, industry experts, extensive review of regulation and litigation records, and FOIA and public record requests. Most analysts are excited about the post-pandemic surge of Block's Cash App platform, with expectations as 51 million monthly users and low customer acquisition costs will drive hard margin growth and serve as future platform to offer new products. Our research indicates, however, that Block has widely overstated its genuine user counts and has understated its customer acquisition costs. Former employees estimated that 40 to 75% of accounts were fake, is what Hindenburg says here. involved fraud or were additional accounts tied to a single individual user. Core to the issue is that Block has embraced one traditionally, quote, very underbanked segment of the population, which is criminals, and the company's Wild West approach to compliance made it easy for bad actors to mass create accounts for identity fraud and other scams, then extract stolen funds quickly. Even when users were caught engaging in fraud or other activity, they blacklisted the account without banning the user. The former customer service rep shared screenshots showing how they blacklisted accounts were regularly associated with dozens or hundreds of other active accounts suspected of fraud. This phenomenon of allowing users like this was so common that rappers bragged about it in hip-hop songs. They said, quote, Block obfuscates. Obfuscates. I've never heard this word before. Obfuscates. Block obfuscates how many users are on the Cash App platform by reporting misleading transacting active metrics filled with fake and duplicate accounts. Block can and should clarify to investors an estimate on how many unique people actually use Cash App. The CEO, Jack Dorsey, has publicly touted about how Cash App is mentioned in hundreds of hip-hop songs as evidence of its mainstream appeal. A review of those show that the artists are not generally rapping about their smooth user interface. Many are described using it as a scam or traffic drugs or even pay for other stuff here. I paid them hit us through Cash App, quote. Block paid to promote a video for a song called Cash App, which described paying contract through the app. The song's artists were later arrested for attempted murder. And that's just a piece of it. There's so much of this here. Now I understand the criticism of Cash App and all this stuff, right? But what I'm going to say is that this is very subjective in nature. I think a lot of platforms, not just Cash App and Square, have fake users. I don't think that's necessarily a surprise, in all honesty. I think that's pretty universal around most tech, is that you're going to have fake users, as well as like getting mad at the criminal aspect of it. I think that's unavoidable, And so at a certain point, I think some of these reports are just hit pieces meant to drag companies down. Nothing that they said here is really like super surprising, people rap about Cash App. Wow. You called them, you know what I mean? And I don't even hold any Square. I'm not even investing in Square or Cash App, or anything like that. I don't even use Cash App, but I just think that I think they understand that when they post this, that the stock is going to tank and they're going to profit on the short side. Everything they posted here is pretty subjective. And again, I don't hold any shares of it, so it's not like I want them to go up necessarily. I could buy the dip, though. That is something I could do. All right. All right, we just bought 10 shares. I know people are going to call me crazy for this trade, and I get it. I probably will lose. But I don't know if I buy it like that. I mean, do I think this is good? No. Do I think it's like a huge caught with red hands? No. I think it's just a subjective, critical piece that is going to obviously tank the Square stock. And again, we'll see what happens. But, I don't know. Again, it's like I'm reading it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like is it good for them? No, but it also seems kind of like a hit piece, if I'm being honest. SPY rip it up though. SPY was back up to 395. Maybe we'll add a little bit to this now. All right, so we're in 20 shares of SQ. Just really extended on the downside percentage wise. So I mean, I think maybe it deserved this drop, but I think it's just down huge percentages at this point in time. So I think the extension on the downside is there. And so I can just kind of sit in this, see if it rebounds back up even a small percentage. I'd still probably be okay with it. Yeah, I believe the report's being used. I believe it's being used like that for sure. I'm not discounting that it's not being used. What I'm saying though is that it's not like it's not a surprise. It's kind of like, you know, it's not a surprise that it's being used that way, I guess is my point. And again, you got to understand, like, I try to look at it from both sides, where it's like I'm looking at it in terms of like what this company, do I think it's weak for the company? Absolutely. But I also understand the bias that Hindenburg is going to have, because they can post this, take short positions ahead of it, post it, and then dump the market. And I think in that regard, you know, it's obviously premeditated to short it. And so you got to look at that bias as well. Yeah, like I said, we just got a little 20 share position. It's not huge. And again, I'll probably hold this as long as I really need to. Back overview up might be interesting, but I prefer to kind of start DCAing into, not DCAing, but I prefer to start scaling into it. You know, yeah, I'd rather you not say me versus somebody else in chat. Again, I think that makes it too much pressure. I'd rather just not have it like that. You know, I understand people shorting it for sure. I'm not against people shorting it. I just think we're down enough to where it probably makes a little bit of sense to establish a position down here. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do anything. Again, I have no idea what SQ does, but I think it's down a lot. It's down from 75 to 60. So it's down almost 25%. And I think that's a big drop. And I think, you know, I don't mind buying up a little shares, but there also might be some more momentum on the downside that I'd have to hold through. But I don't mind risking 50 or $100 or whatever it is to try it out. Yeah, for sure, Gia. 2 years for a report about rappers. I think it's a little bit of an overreaction. You guys know me. I'm green on the year trading like I'm trading now. This might be wildly wrong, and maybe this just dumps. But I look for overreactions, and I think this might be considered one. You know, but of course, you never know. Yeah, we're pretty neutral in the trade. I mean, we're down $14 right now. I mean, all right, so we got a little bounce. We'll see if it rebounds back up. Again, I think I got to be patient with it. I think there might be some fear for this right now. Look at the SPY dump all the way down to the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price. So big pullback on the SPY. They must have said something. Let me see. General Mills posted numbers here. They posted adjusted EPS of 97 cents, better than expected. Revenue was higher than expected as well. Building permits dropped a little bit here. All right, so HSBC's Silicon Valley Bank UK has seen its deposit base increase back above 7 billion German British pounds in the 10 days after it neared insolvency, according to Sky News. So, yeah, Bull Bear, you're just a little toxic, man. Like I said, good day to you, sir. Regardless of whether you disagree with my trade, like again, there's ways to say things. And I think people are just mad that I called them out on them trying to claim like they predicted yesterday's price action. You know, again, I think if we look at SQ, I think being down roughly 25% in about 30 minutes probably could be argued as overextended. I mean, you could argue that going down 25% and 15, 20 minutes is not extended. And I understand the argument too. But there's a more respectful way to go about it. And again, if you start to get disrespectful because you're mad that I called you out on trying to fudge your predictions and desperately needing validation by pretending to predict everything correctly, then you know what I mean, you're just gonna get banned eventually. So basically, if you're antagonistic with me, again, you're just gonna get banned. Just a little heads up. It's just not worth me dealing with every day. Again, I already look back at Bull Bear's history, and like just a little toxic. And maybe I'm wrong about SQ. People getting mad at me for buying SQ is silly. Like listen, it's a short-term trade. Am I going to hold this for a year? Probably not. I'll probably cut this if it starts to break under like 50 or 57, 56. I'll probably get out. And that's okay. But what I don't want is like all this pressure and criticism of, little trades that I'm taking when I'm telling everybody not to copy me, Yeah, banned again, probably DS. Again, my guess is, like I said, I noticed when I banned CT or whatever their name was the other day that Bull Bear all of a sudden started being more active. And, so I'm guessing a lot of these people are consistently toxic and they get banned and then they create another account and then they start acting toxic. So it's like if you're universally toxic, if you get banned on more than one account, you're probably doing something wrong, Yeah, 100%. I might be wildly wrong about this. I don't think it matters that much. Like I said, I'm risking $20. My account's 40,000 right now. It's got about 160,000 in buying power. So if I lose $30, y'all will be okay, Like I said, my risk level, I would say, is probably around 56.50 right here. When we start breaking under that, I'll have to really consider cutting it. SQ had a short report that came out. And so, again, I mean, I bought a little dip. We're going to see if we get a quick little reaction to the upside here. But, again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, We also bought a little bit of Disney today. The SPY right at that level. Now, we've been mostly consolidating down here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. So we'll see. My entry is right around here. So right around 59s is my entry. Short report came out for them. All right, there's a bounce back. All right, back up. Slightly, basically break even now. They're also gonna, you also have to understand that SQ is gonna post a rebuttal report back pretty soon, I would say. And when they do that, there's a chance they might rebound back up too. But again, maybe not. Yeah, today will be really interesting for sure. Again, we'll see, but. FRC, look at the banks fall. Look at FRC dump down under 1410s here. It's at 1409s now. So look at FRC right at 1410s. It's trying. Yeah, so all good, Brent. So yeah, Hindenburg basically said that rappers use it to commit crimes. They said that they overinflated their user base and sign up numbers. They said that people are using it to commit fraud. Which I think it's kind of like a water is wet scenario. I think none of those things are super surprising. And again, I think they're down, 25%, or what is that? They're down from about 75 all the way down to 60, right? So they're down about $15 a share. So a little bit under 25%, but more like 15 to 20%, but still a pretty big drop already. And again, they might put out a rebuttal. And so I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm gonna buy a small risk. It's a small risk, big reward trade. Like if we lose, we might lose like 50 or 60 bucks. If we could be patient with this and it starts to rebound heavily, maybe they put out a rebuttal. Maybe we can get a larger bounce. But I think them dropping this big in 10 minutes, the reason I banned Bull Bear is because he said that that I was basing my trade just off of a hunch, and that basically insinuating that I'm not really thinking about my trades. Again, it's not really something that I need to go back and forth with, but I'm green on the year in Thinkorswim, trading exactly how I'm trading right now. Every one of my swing trades, people make fun of them. They talk smack, and then when they're green, same people are silent. And so it kind of goes to show, like, if you're going to take trades, especially publicly, you're going to get crapped on a lot. But there's a respectful way to do it. Like calling a trade a hunch and acting like I don't know what I'm talking about is just, it just gets to be a point where I'm going to ban you if you do it too much. Disney at 95.20s. We'll see if it actually holds. We might overreact, but we might not. We might just fall down more. I use the volume weighted average price a bunch. I use mostly just the VWAP and sometimes the 200 EMA. All right, guys, we're back up to basically break even on the trade. We'll take the first 10 shares off very quickly. Maybe like target the VWAP area, and then maybe let the rest be a little bit looser on it. But we're flat right now on the trade. Yeah, Cash App ain't going away anytime soon. Not that they've got too many users, even if some of the users are fake. But again, maybe it keeps falling down. It's basically momentum versus extension right now is what I'm playing. I just think that eventually they're gonna make a rebuttal, and I think if they do, it's probably gonna pump up some. But who knows? All right, green on the trade. Oh yeah, there's probably just as much downside as there is upside. The problem that the reason I'm taking this trade, guys, is because the downside is already shown here. You know what I mean? Like the downside is already here. Like look at the downside already. Like we've already dropped from 73, 74s all the way down to 57s. So I mean, the downside's already happened. Generally we're not going to go down forever, and the report already came out and tanked the stock. And SQ still is, I'm not going to say it's a blue chip. I'm not saying I'm investing in this one over a 20-year period, but it's still somewhat healthy as a company. I just think extension plays a factor here. That we should pay attention to. I'm gonna go and take half off there and just lock in profit just to keep the trade safe. And I'll probably be a lot more loose with this. That way, if this one falls down some, I'm still green. And like I said, it's just a small risk trade, but we're going to take a little bit of profit there just to lock it in, because that way I can just kind of let the rest sit and see if we get a rebound. Like, I guess my profit target now, I got out a little bit below the VWAP, but I think I'm going to look to hold it up to maybe here. So that's what my plan is so far. And again, we're green regardless of it. So again, it's like, we know what we're doing in these trades. Like, I take these trades a lot. Emotion is one of the biggest money makers in the market. Like, I guess the easiest way to put it is, like, you could see a stock gapping up, and a lot of people are going to look at a gapping up stock and say, hey, that's really strong. You know, the stock's gapping up some. You know, I think the stock's going to break highs and continue moving up. Excuse me. I think experienced traders understand extension in that regard, where experienced traders are going to kind of have the opposite thesis there. They're going to say, hey, that stock's gapping up 15-20%. It might fill the gap a little bit and get weak. Well, guys, what happened? I'm not going to say I told you so, but this is why you really have to ignore everybody you talk to. Because again, people are like, it's so difficult sometimes to run the stream. Like, listen, this is a justifiably extended. You know, it's down what, 20%? You know what I mean? And yeah, it's a small trade. You're gonna have some people like, oh, bro, you made a little bit of money. It's not about that. It's about, like, do you really think shorting a stock that's down 15 to 20% in 30 minutes is a good idea? You know, that's the genuine question you have to ask yourself. And sometimes it is, right? I'm not saying this is not that. What I'm saying is, like, you got to learn to just tune people out, because most people, I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit more off here. So we just locked in a little bit more profit since we're up so much already. But again, my goal is like 63, 64s. But again, I know what I'm doing with these trades. I take these trades very often. SQ is not going to go down forever. You know, SQ is not going to go down forever. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to, it's already down 15%. You know, you think it's just going to drop 50% on that report? That report had subjective things in it. So it's just like, I don't understand people. Like, I get it. People are bearish. Like, I understand people are bearish. But, like, you can't be universally bearish. You know, you might think the market's going to crash. You might think the market's going to fall. But, like, we've had how many green candles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green candles in a row. You know? I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit more off, just lock in a little bit more cushion on the day because I can. And now I'm going to really be loose with the rest. Again, profit target was like 64. But this is my point. You know, you want to know why people try to talk smack and troll me is because they're wrong about this stuff. And instead of being like, yo, I was wrong, they instead just try to poke my buttons because they're too emotional to admit they were wrong. Frustrating thing. But again, this is my point here. Like, in the end, who really thinks, and I'm not trying to insult anybody, but do you really think shorting a stock that is down 15 or 20% in 30 minutes is a good idea? You know, if you do, you probably are not profitable as a trader, in all honesty. You know, you can piggyback and copy off of everybody else. That's fine. But, like, generally, trading is contrarian. Like, when everybody's saying buy, I'm usually selling my swing trade positions. If everybody's saying, oh, the market crashes here, the market's going to crash today, or the market's down so much, a crash is going to continue, I'm usually buying up weakness. You know, and that is, again, I'm green on the year trading like that. Oh, the stream's not ruined. I mean, I think I got to say I told you so a little bit. And that might come off as, like, anger. I'm really not angry. I'm actually happy. Like I said, I've already taken profit and proven my thesis correct. And so you better believe I'm going to say I told you so a little bit afterwards. Because, I mean, if y'all were me, y'all would too, you know. Yeah, definitely top 3. Yeah, coin getting investigated by the SEC for staking here. And again, we've already scaled out of this entire position already, basically. We got a little piece left. We were able to write it back. Right, for sure, Rim. Yeah, I just had to prove the doubters wrong a little bit. Now I'm gloating a little bit about it, you know. And I think y'all would if y'all were me too, you know. So yeah, we're over 60. And again, we'll see what happens, but John, can I link my trading account to your account? I'll split profit 70-30. No, man. I don't want that pressure, bro, of trading other people's money. I'm good, dude. I appreciate the confidence, but yeah, I'm good, man. No offense. It's just not really something I'm interested in doing. Too much emotion comes from that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you also got to understand, like, look, they'll probably put out a refuting report regarding SQ. I was like, what the heck is John talking about? And then the stock went up. I'm talking about extension, man. Again, understand the trade I just made, guys. Understand how many people criticized it and understand what happened afterwards. Okay? It's important for people to understand this because, like, it's very difficult to be contrarian a lot of the time in the market. Like, mass psychology is a strong thing. They've done studies that have showed that, like, they've brought people in a room and they've isolated one person and they've drawn a straight line. And they asked everybody the same question. They says, is this line straight or a squiggly line? And it's a straight line, right? But then one person is isolated and everybody else says it's a squiggly line, even though the line is straight. And it's obviously straight. They can see it's straight. It's self-evidently straight, right? Mass psychology is such a strong thing that the one person they're isolating will literally agree that their eyes are lying to them and that the line in front of them is not straight. That's a squiggly line, even though it's obviously straight. You know, just to agree with everybody else, the person would stand up and raise their hand in agreement with everybody, just because everybody else is doing it, you know? And so in terms of trading, it's the same thing. Everybody yelling short, everybody yelling fire. I'm usually buying it up. Stock drops 15% in freaking 20 minutes. You know, people say, oh, John's buying off of a hunch. He doesn't have a plan. You know, oh, you know, John doesn't know what he's talking about. It's just kind of like, man, think about it. But point is, mass psychology is a strong thing, you know. So if you want to trade like I do, you're gonna have to listen to some crap. Yeah, there's different types of funds I could use, but like, I don't want to trade anybody's money, man. Like, honestly, my mother-in-law came to me and she's like, hey, John, can you trade our money? And I'm like, no, like, I don't want that pressure. You know, again, pressure kills profit. You got to learn how to trade under pressure, and pressure destroys profit. And so if I was trading somebody else's money, I'd probably trade terribly. It's my own money. So if I lose $1,000, I'll just be, it's my money. I don't feel any pressure in that regard. But trading other people's money is where I kind of draw the line because there's just too much pressure, you know. Yeah, Mike, I mean, again, I don't know if you're calling me gambling. I will say that, like, I've got an accuracy rate of dip buys exactly like I just did on SQ, emotional dip buys. A lot of the time I'll do it after earnings as well. Like, what I'll do is I'll look for a moment where I'm like, okay, this is down enough, and then I'll buy it. Same thing, you know, I do with earnings. Like Amazon, again, another example of this is Amazon dropped like 20% a couple quarters ago on mixed earnings. They dropped 20%. They dropped from like 110 down to 90. You know, right around 20%. It's a little bit off of 20%, but it's a little bit less than 20%. But they dropped huge, within like, 10 minutes from earnings. And again, same concept. I bought that up. Within 2 days, Amazon had bounced back 15%. In 2 days, it bounced back. And so it's not a gamble whatsoever. I understand the odds and probabilities of these trades, and my accuracy is incredibly high doing what I just did. So, you know what I mean? Like in the end, it's based off of extension. SQ being down 15 to 20% in 30 minutes is pretty fairly considered extended on the downside. Now, of course, shorts want to confirm what they want to happen, which is it to drop more because they're short. But like you got to look at extension and understand SQ is still a very strong company, and it reacted to this news. But again, it's not going to just fall down indefinitely. Most of the time, and again, it's not all the time, but most of the time you're going to get a small bounce like this back. That's a reasonable expectation, I think, with this. Yeah, all good. How do you look for a bottom? Double, triple bottoms on a 1 minute chart. So like, look, so SQ started to do this. Number one, I just based it off of extension. So it's like, okay, well, like we've had 2 really big legs down. Here's the first leg. Here's the second leg, right? When we start going like this, a potential bounce back up is imminent, not always. I guess I shouldn't say imminent. I guess what I'm trying to say is you look for sideways consolidation. And again, something that could happen is sideways consolidation and then another leg down. That's possible. But again, I think you got to base it off of probabilities. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get out the rest, most of it at least. And now we're sitting on basically nothing right now. We got a little piece if it bounces back, but... Oh, my bad, guys. Yeah, let me fix this. Oh, so we're about to trade futures. But yeah, I don't want it to seem like I'm too bitter, but I'm going to rub it in their face if they're wrong, Yeah, you need a mug that says green on the ear. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really, it doesn't matter how I do it. I don't really want anybody, like, I get it. People might see me make these calls and be right, even though everybody else is telling me I'm wrong. And again, I'm probably going to cut the rest. I think we could bounce at the VWAP here, but I'm just going to get out and celebrate the W. Because we're also about to trade futures. And I understand people might see me be correct about this and then say, man, this dude knows what he's talking about. Definitely top 3, but I don't want to trade anybody's money, man. I really don't. That's just not really what I'm about. It's not really what I want to do. I don't need to do it. I don't want to do it. There's too much liability in that, and it's just too much pressure to succeed. So I don't even know how good I would be if I traded other people's money. Like a lot of these swing trades I'm taking too, like I'm willing to hold these long term. And so I could trade other people's money, but I think it would mess with my system a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, are you talking about me, LX? About what? I don't even know what we're disagreeing about, man. Honestly, I haven't even seen what you've been saying, man. So, dude, I literally remember the same trade on Amazon. I remember that drop, made 200 on it. Nice, man. Yeah, again, at a certain point, you got to just see the extension that happens, No, I'm good, bachelors, man. Like I said, I don't want to trade anybody else's money, man. Do you think coin is extended on the downside? Not necessarily. I think Coinbase is more pegged to Bitcoin's price than like a tech stock like SQ. I think Coinbase is more pegged to Bitcoin's price. And so I think Coinbase is going to have a little bit more nuance behind it, where it's less easy to predict extension and bounces like this. Because, for instance, Coinbase might be as extended as it can be. If the SEC comes out with more details regarding that investigation, it could still drop more, as well as the fact that like Bitcoin tanks, Coinbase is going to tank regardless of anything else. And so in that regard, it's just too difficult to predict bounces in that way. Where it's like SQ, a tech stock with a short report out that's somewhat subjective, and they might post a rebuttal sometime soon. I think that is a little bit easier to call that extension, if that makes sense, you know. So many trolls too. Yeah, I mean, you just got people who are in the comments that want to be me. Is what it is. You know, I don't want to seem cocky saying this, but like that's really what it is. Like they're mad that they're not doing anything, and so they like I said, it's therapeutic for them to just kind of, you know, it's all good though. If I have a character flaw, it's engaging with them a little bit too much. But it's hard, man. Like I said, the best way to describe it is like sitting in front of hundreds of people and having every now and then having somebody throw peanuts at you, you know. And you got to not say anything, but it's not easy. People are like, hey, don't say anything. It's not as easy not to say something, especially if you know you're right. You know what I mean? What I want to see right now, though, is if SQ bounces at $60. My formal education, I never graduated college, but I'm a software developer, so like React Native programming, and coding, front end mostly, like mobile applications, and front end web development mostly. I'm also an off and on real estate agent. My license should be back reinstated within the next couple weeks as well. I kind of off and on as a real estate agent as well. Market bouncing back a little bit here. Real estate tanking though. Yeah, I mean, I'm not investing. I mean, I don't want to give too much detail into my investments and stuff like that. But I'm a real estate agent, not an investor right now. But it varies, you know. I think the real estate market dropping is probably good, in all honesty. I think it's been a little bit too extended on the upside over the last couple of years. So I think drop is necessary. Yeah, 60 will be interesting. Even if it doesn't hold, I think it's very clear that I was right about the short-term extension on the downside and the bounce. If Bitcoin tanks, SQ will tank too. Yeah, I mean, I get it. But yeah, there's the bounce right at $60. So again, if you heard me just say that, look at the bounce. Again, you got to look at psychological levels too. Look at the bounce right at 60. Exactly off of where we said we might. And again, it makes sense. Like you start to learn the flow of things and how you can kind of identify stuff like that. But yeah, we're back up to almost 62 again. Just broke the previous high of the last 10, 15 minutes. Did anyone do good on that drop after Powell? I didn't really short it. I didn't really long it either. I'm pretty neutral. But I guess, like I said, I think I'm here to kind of teach people a little bit. And again, if you want to listen to somebody that's actually green on the year, you got a lot of noise from chat. But like, and again, I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm not even claiming to be super profitable. What I will say is that I would say my swing trading accuracy is at least 60%. Again, it might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. But I am nicely green on the year in my TD Ameritrade account, which has got decent buying power. But doing exactly what I did today. I'm very decently green on the year. Doing what I'm doing. And again, it's mostly contrarian. Like, it's mostly looking for extension. I think extension is one of the most powerful things in the market. And so I think a lot of times group thinking can kind of cause people to not take positions. And again, a lot of people just, a lot of people like, okay, here's the easiest way to put it. A lot of people don't like SQ as a company. Okay, here's the easiest way to put it. They don't like SQ as a company. But regardless of whether I don't necessarily like SQ as a company. I don't care about SQ's long-term success. I'm not investing in this thing for 5 years. What I do, you got to take all of that out the equation completely, and you got to just look at base short-term extension. It's down big percentages, over 10% in a very small period of time. It has a reason it's down. It had the Hindenburg short report, of course, which was weak, obviously, and the market definitely reacted to the downside. But it's not going to continue going down forever. And that's not a reasonable expectation to it. Even if we break down from here, like, even if we test lows, bounce, and then test lows again, generally we're going to get the bounce. And my trading strategy mostly revolves around jumping in on that bounce, capitalizing on that bounce, buying it when everybody else is screaming fire, and then riding the little pop back up and then getting out pretty quickly, I do that a lot. Emotional dip buys are what I call it. And every time I do it, I get hate. They call me insulting names. They call me all this nonsense. But then every time, generally it's right. And then it's just kind of crickets, And so it happens a lot. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it on penny stocks. So most penny stocks are terrible and they're not going to bounce. They're not extended. They're just weak. So there's a difference between doing this on penny stocks and like large cap companies. And so I'm looking at this on mid and large caps only, never penny stocks, because a penny stock might drop 90% and still be weak and then eventually get delisted and go to pink sheets and you'll never see it again. That's different than buying up Disney on a big drop or buying up Apple on a big drop, So the market moves in ranges. Another thing that you'll notice is that like big red days are usually followed by green days, followed by red days, depending on how big. The larger the red day previously, the more likely the market is to bounce the next day, including in pre-market. The larger the gap up in pre-market, the bigger chance that we're going to pull back at the opening bell. The bigger the drop in pre-market, the larger probability that we're going to bounce at the open. And so that's the extension understanding that traders need to have. And I think a lot of new traders have it backwards in that they see a big gap up and they just relate it to strength and they start buying it up. They try to buy breakouts at the open. They try to do all this, stuff, analyzing that a 20% gap up is strong. And it might be strong. It's certainly good for the company. But again, usually there's going to be profit taking. Like people are going to take profit. Like people who were shorting SQ just now covered, and when you cover you have to buy it back, right? So it's like people who are shorting it on the way down, they're going to take profit eventually, and then the stock is going to bounce back from that, and that's essentially what I'm taking advantage of. So it's like you got to understand extension is incredibly powerful if you start to watch for it, not just on a 1 minute basis. Most of the time I'm taking longer term trades than this, but if you're patient and you just got to wait, if you could wait for big extension, like a big emotional reaction on one specific side, they could just be really powerful. You could take advantage of them and they can be much less stressful trades where you just kind of buy the dip and you wait. I'm not buying NVIDIA just based off of the daily NVIDIA chart, man. NVIDIA is up from, what was it, 160s? Yeah, NVIDIA was up from $100 in October. It's at almost 280. It's up 180% right now over the last 6 to 8 months. That's a little bit too strong for me to take any long-term position. Now, short-term technicals is different, but I'm not going to buy and hold NVIDIA right now just because it's so strong. Like, it's just, again, and it might keep going up. I'm not saying it doesn't keep going up. But it's there's two, like the more it moves up short term, the greater the probability of a pullback. And so I'm just looking at probabilities, and I think the probabilities are a little bit too low that it's going to continue going up short term. But of course, Nvidia follows the market, and the market follows Nvidia, especially like the Q. So again, I could be wrong there, but just based off of likelihood of pullback, I would say short term, I'm not buying it right now. But the market's moving up. So look at the market top. We do have this obvious range here. Yeah, we're gonna trade Top Step right now. We're getting ready to trade it right now. So those asking me, do I have a video on Top Step trading? We're about to trade right now on Top Step. We trade at the opening bell in about 2 minutes. We haven't taken any trades aside from that though. Yeah, GameStop. I'm sure GameStop, really solid reaction. But here's a perfect example of it. Again, the SPY gapped up big today. GameStop gapped up from $18 to $28. Even if GameStop is strong, it's generally not going to hold those gains fully. So there's a very high likelihood after the gap up to basically $28 that GameStop is going to pull back. And that's kind of what we're seeing. And it doesn't need to pull back a huge amount. Like even a small pullback is sometimes sufficient enough to cause a rebound bounce back up. But again, you got to understand the extension probabilities and what that means. Yeah, Hindenburg posted a short report basically saying, yeah, I understand they can keep going up or down, but again, you can always isolate the opposite reaction. You can also anybody can always isolate the outliers to those probabilities, but they're just that, they're outliers. Sometimes the stock's going to gap down really big and they continue down, and sure, that's certainly going to happen a percentage of the time, but I'm looking at the higher probability outcome. And again, maybe I'm wrong, maybe stuff keeps going down. There's a lot of nuance to it that that you got to look at, but I'm just looking at broad probabilities. And again, you can isolate different things, but I'm just looking at broad probabilities. We got 40 seconds, guys. 40 seconds. $30 seconds. I don't even look at RSI. I look at extension percentage mostly. New home sales data, guys. I forgot new home sales drops today. All right, guys. We got about 10 seconds left, though. I think it's new home sales, right? Let me make sure. Yeah, it's new home sales dropping at 10. All right, guys. Here's the open. There's the green level again. Market flying up. Big green action at the opening bell. Big rebound back action. Again, yesterday was a prime example. The SPY dipped pretty heavily at the close yesterday, right? What happened today in pre-market and at the open? The SPY ripped back up. Again, same exact concept. Different time frame, different stock, but same concept. You just start paying attention to that if you don't. That's the easiest way I make money in the market is doing stuff like that. All right, guys, market is flying up right now, SPY almost back up to 396s. All right, market pulled back a little bit, starting to move back up. Yeah, like I said, we already cut SQ. It's finally starting to break down, but I think we played that perfectly, where we bought the dip like we wanted. We rode the bounce up. We said our profit target was 62 to 64. We got right around 62 and took most of the profit off. And so breaking down now, and maybe we'll get a good short in there, but again, I think it's down a little bit too much for me to want to short it more. Why did the market dip before the end of the day yesterday? Mostly because of the secretary saying that they weren't going to insure deposits over 250K for small banks. That caused a lot of bearish, worry, I think. All right, market's mostly consolidating now here. I don't know where my bias is. I think if we pull back, I might buy a little bit of the SPY, but I think there's also a little bit unknown here regarding all this. Nah, there's a lot of people at small banks that have 250K. A lot of people bank shop because of that. But smart people are going to diversify their money so that they don't have too much in one bank for risk purposes, I might buy this dip if we get a pullback here with one contract. There we go. We got one contract here. Just starting it off very small. I don't have a lot of faith in the market's direction right now. And I think if we break under the VWAP, I'm going to have to cut it. Could add a little bit more too. I'll go ahead and add one more contract, but then I'm going to also be a little bit tighter with this and cut this faster if it starts to break down. All right, kind of flat right now. I'm going to cut that, and then I'm just going to wait. I think the trend right now could break down. Like, I think if we break down under 395, we'll probably just unload it. And again, we did have a pretty good day yesterday. This was my day yesterday. We made about 700 from the rate hike situation. I am trading on TopStep, which is a funded account program for futures in which they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 to 150K. I think most people are going to fail these, but I think that's the point, is that it's so much cheaper to test yourself on TopStep, still have some pressure. And if you're good enough, you can pass it. And then once you're funded, you get a 90% split. So they give you a demo, they test your profitability. And if you're good enough and you can hit their target while following their rules on the demo and pass their testing, then they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. So once you're funded, if you make 20K, you keep 18,000 of that. Regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Once you're funded as well, they pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. Just the easiest way to test your skill without taking on a lot of risk. A large majority of day traders are going to lose money, but the futures market has no PDT rule. So a lot of people are going to want to trade futures, and the funded account programs are incredibly useful because it's a good middle ground where if you lose, it's not the end of the world. You're down $140 a month and you can reset for 100. But if you pass it, you get a 90% split and some good buying power. And so it's one of the lower barrier ways to enter day trading, especially like in the futures market. You can day trade the S&P 500, which is what you see on my chart right now. So we're trading what's called the E-mini. And if you want to check it out, great way to help support the channel, here is the link. Hey, thank you, Kyle. I appreciate it. Tesla going crazy, is it really? Yeah, Tesla up to 198. Looks strong, kind of dragging the market up is what's going on there. Again, they are a sponsor of mine though, guys, so I'm certainly biased in their favor regarding TopStep specifically. Yeah, we got a really sideways open right now. We got to wait for this range to break for me, and we'll see. All right, again, very sideways chop. Intel's pretty neutral. Is Netflix more crazy? I don't know. I'm waiting my headphone. Netflix up to 315 is pulling back some. It's kind of dragging the market. Again, I don't trust the market right now. I think I just got to sit. SPY very choppy and neutral, so it's just not really worth it to push. What scam? TopStep's not a scam. They pay out millions of dollars every year in actual withdrawals. They fund thousands a year, pay out millions of dollars. I think people call them a scam because they lose. And I think, to be fair, I say this all the time too. A large majority of day traders are going to lose money on TopStep. You know why? It's because a large majority of day traders lose money, regardless of where they're trading at. But that's the point, is that it's a lot cheaper. Like, listen, it's a lot cheaper to put up the money and lose on TopStep than it is to put up 15K yourself and lose thousands of dollars doing it yourself. And so, again, new traders who are mostly losing traders, they don't understand the benefits of it because they're just looking at, oh, well, I took it, I didn't pass it, it's a scam. But again, you really got to think about it. what's cheaper to lose money on? Yeah, so D-Trader says Top Step was my first prop for him. I got $17,000 payout from them when they did Forex. Yeah, they got rid of their Forex one. We got a big upwick. I'm going to try to short this again. Not the best day trading today, but we made about 700 yesterday trading, so I think that kind of made up for it, but not the best day so far. I think we're down like 50 or 60 bucks. Very neutral market. The trend looks slightly downward trend, which is why I'm shorting it, but we're only shorting it with one contract here just because I don't trust it at all. Yeah, we're down 40 bucks today. Could be worse, I guess. Now it looks like we're down about 50. But the momentum is definitely not easy today. Got to watch this candle a little bit closer. Yeah, I don't like that movement. We're just going to cut it, and now we're just going to really be patient. I don't know. I think what Powell said was mostly positive. I think what the secretary said was mostly negative, and that's what dragged the market down, basically saying they're not going to insure the banks. I think that's a pretty rough sign for banking. Market's flying up right now. New home sales don't drop for a little bit as well. Let me see what happened. Something's causing the market to rip up. The Bank of England, Governor Bailey says we have raised a lot already. Believe inflation will fall quite rapidly before the summer. February inflation data means we need to see a fall in inflation happen. So maybe that's what's dragging the market up. I don't know if that's what's causing the big pops in the market. Are there any other blue chips that are reacting like this? Could be Apple, Netflix. Hey, at least you're honest about it, heavy. You know. Yeah, Microsoft pulling back. Microsoft's up so much. It's almost up to 280s. Like, I just don't trust Microsoft anymore. It's up too much already. You know. All right, so we just caught a regular E-mini trade just now on that rebound. We bought that little dip, the 1 minute pullback kind of trade, and got ourselves nicely green on the day so far. So you can see we're up about 85 bucks on the day. Got a little cushion now. We're tracing that pretty fast though, so I don't know if I necessarily trust it. All right, market breaking highs again. Can y'all hear the lawnmower guy next door? Market ripped up and now pulled back a little bit. All right, got a decent little pullback here. We can try buying this dip now. Take 2 contracts, maybe try to get into 3 or 4. We got a cushion on the day that we can swing into. But I'm not going to add any more to this, actually. I was thinking about 4, but that's a big pullback fast. We'll see if we get a pop back up quick. If not, we'll cut it fast, too. Man, super big reversal here. I'm wondering why this is happening, though. I'll have to cut this pretty quick. Yeah, this is probably some type of economical move happening right now. Let me see. All right, so we just scalped another E-mini trade. Went pretty well. So we are now up about 140. Again, you'll see me start taking larger risks when we're green on the day, which is now. Good. We'll see if we keep it up. Nvidia. Yeah, big pullback. Nvidia's choppy today too. SPY looks like it's about to break highs now. I don't know if it's going to, but that's what it looks like. All right, decent pullback already. This confirms a very sideways trend. So again, here is the profit so far today. Not really super easy to trade, in all honesty, you know. Netflix dumping? I don't know yet. I'm just kind of Netflix breaking highs. Market testing highs again. A little bit more bullish of a sentiment here, but again, what I see right now is just chop, medium-term chop. So it's like, look at a 20-day chart and you'll see what I mean. 20-day chart, up, down, up, down. We look at a 180-day chart to a certain extent. It's up, down, up, down. So we've basically been sideways now for 6+ months. Let me look at a yearly chart. Even on the year, it's pretty sideways. So flat year, basically. A little volume right now, but getting some breaks of highs in Netflix up to 317.50. I'm just buying blue chip dubs. I mean, I get it, but I'm not quite there yet. The only thing I bought this morning was Disney. I haven't even looked at it since I bought it. Looks like I'm a little green from it, or no, break even, which is fine. I'll take break even. I think we had a little bit of time before the next big economic data coming out, so like, I think we can just take small size. If we dip more, I'll add more to it. If not, I'll be okay regardless. MLB The Show simulated the upcoming season. It said in the simulation, the Braves won, beating the Astros. All right, so now we're finally getting another dip. I guess I'll buy this. Oh, I didn't mean to buy 3 contracts, bro. This is constantly I'm doing this, man. Work out for me one time. Let an accidental trade work out for me one time. Come on now. All right, we're going to take profit very quickly into that. We just took shares off here. Accidental trade for the W today. Could have made more from it too if I let it sit, but again, we accidentally bought shares, so. Right, we just took a little bit off. Again, up about 150 on the day now. I'll take it. Yeah, so again, let me know what you guys think. Market is pretty sideways right now. I mean, it's doing all right, but and if you haven't already, check out Top Step. Top Step is a futures funded program for traders where they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 to 150K. There's no PDT in futures, so the funded account program is a great way to test your skill. It's one of those situations where most people are going to lose the funded account program. A large majority of day traders lose. But that's the point, is that it's cheaper to lose a Top Step funded program. So testing your skill there, have some pressure. But even if you still lose, it's a lot cheaper that way than putting up $10,000 yourself to trade futures and risking thousands of dollars. And the futures market is very difficult to learn, but it's essentially day trading stocks with the S&P 500 E-mini. So the E-mini is the S&P 500, which is what influences all the other stocks. And so you can day trade that in futures with no PDT rule. And again, the easiest introduction to that and the cheapest way to test your skill and really gain entry to it. If you're good enough and you can pass it, there's a 90% split once you're funded, and they pay out millions every year in actual withdrawals. But if you don't pass it, you're only down about $140. You can reset for 100 as well. And so it's inherently useful in that regard. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor. We got new home sales data dropping in about a minute. 1 minute for new home sales data. And again, we are going to cover this. We'll see how this impacts everything. Everybody might just be sitting around waiting for this data to drop. 650,000 is what they're expecting. 650K. And so waiting for this to come out now. We'll see what happens. We got about 40 seconds. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to influence everything. We got about 20 seconds left. All right, here's the data right here, 15 seconds. Two seconds. $640K, 10,000 under expected, 640K at 1.1% on the month. So for February, 640K versus 650,000 expected. Again, subscribe. We covered the data very quickly, but yeah, we came in at 640K versus 650 expected. So lower than expected. Looks like the market likes that. Market's moving up a little bit. That data up on screen. Market's loving that, ripping up over highs here, team. All right, SPY just broke highs, pulling back a little bit after that. I don't know if I trust it. I could buy a little bit more here. We'll go ahead and try to. 2 contracts. Took half off already, just in case it rages back down. I'm going to take that off. So we just got out again. Again, we are now up about 160, 170 on the day. We're all right in terms of accuracy today. We're doing okay. AMC, is it ripping up today too? I haven't even looked at AMC today, man. Yeah, AMC's up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just restarted the music a little bit ago. All right, pull back now. I don't know if I want to buy the dip or not. Yeah, I could change the music if you guys really dislike it that much. It's all good. Doesn't matter too much. I kind of want to buy this pullback, but I don't know if I trust it. Lower home sales. Yeah, I guess it could be more inflation. Oh, man, all right, so big drop. Good thing I didn't buy that dip, man. Big drop. Hey, how you doing? All right, guys. So, yeah, we got a decent pullback. Part of me wants to buy it, but the other part is like this is a big enough pullback to where it could trigger a reversal. But I'll buy one contract just to keep it simple. And that way, if the reversal happens, it's not the end of the world. But we're also not going to make much if it goes up. But no, Carol just came in, wanted to ask me something. Nothing really sinister is going on off camera. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and scalp out of that too. We caught the bounce, but one contract. I didn't really want to add to either. We're up about 170 on the day. Our profit factor today is about 2 to 1. All right, just kind of sit back. The market's slightly positive. Like you can see the trend here. But it's very neutral. It's not like really strong. Even like today will end in another sell-off, or is it just me? Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know on that front. All right, guys. So we're just kind of hanging out here. SQ bounced right back up. And so, yeah, I think SQ was, I don't know if I'm going to say it's put in a bottom, but I think the extension already on the downside is pretty clear. Yeah, for sure. Flag here, flag here, flag here. I've mostly been buying those dips too, but play some jazz, please. Ugh. Oh, really? Oh, know where any jazz is. It would take me a while to find it, you know. So, sorry, brother. Not today, man. I bought a little bit of Disney this morning. Green on that. Bought some SQ. Green on that. You know, bro, the amount of heat I got from buying SQ this morning is surprising. You know, I had to ban somebody. Like, honestly, if y'all don't watch the stream enough to recognize the accuracy I have regarding those dip buys and those emotional dip buys, then you're not really paying attention. You know. And again, I think bears take it like shots fired at them. I like bears, bro. I short a lot. I'm not shorting today, obviously, but like I love shorting stuff. The difference is that like I'm not gonna look. You know how one-dimensional it is. And again, the lesson of today, I think, if we're gonna put out a lesson, I'm gonna take a little bit off of my Disney trade. We just made enough already for me to be able to cut a little piece of that. But the lesson of today is like you can't be one-dimensional with regards to side. Like this isn't the blood and Crips. Like you could be bullish on the 1 minute, bearish on the 15-minute, bullish on the hourly, you know, bearish on the daily, you know what I mean? Bullish on the weekly, you know what I mean? Like, but I think for whatever reason, you get people who are bearish long-term. And so it's like any trade that somebody takes on the upside, they're critical of it. And I think that's causing people to miss out on opportunity. I genuinely think it causes people to miss out on an opportunity. I think it's all relative to time frame. Like you got to look at different time frames. Again, if we zoom all the way out, you should be bullish long term. You know, the market's biggest edge is that, you know, broad market index funds are going to give you 8 to 12% a year on average over the long term. You zoom in a little bit, I would say the market's kind of bearish. We're down on the year. It's mostly sideways, but I would say it's a little bearish. Over the last 6 months, we're bullish. We've moved basically, you know, straight up since October. So the last 6 months were positive. We zoom in a little bit more, and I say we're probably pretty flat on everything else. And just don't be too. The lesson of the day is just don't be too one-dimensional with time frame, you know, or with direction, not time frame, with direction, because there's a lot of different ways to look at the market. You know, and again, if you zoom in or zoom out, you could probably find different trades on both sides to get involved with. And so staying bearish and only bearish on every time frame is silly, and you're missing out on opportunity there. And same thing for bullish. Staying bullish on just one time frame is silly, and you miss out on you know, a lot of opportunity in that regard as well. I short a lot. My best day trades are usually shorts, to be honest. Roblox, I'm not confident enough as a company to buy it. I think it's a trendy game that over time, trendy games usually don't end up doing well. My son actually made a prediction on Roblox about a year ago. He said when Roblox was like 80, my son said he thought it would be half the price. My 8-year-old at the time son. And if you look at Roblox, it's basically half the price. Though his logic was that he doesn't play Roblox anymore. And so Roblox doesn't have that lasting effect. But again, Roblox is a marketplace, you know, so I think it varies. But I'm going to give him the credit anyway because he's 9. Yeah. I missed a good day, sir. Yeah, you missed one. Adam Martin says, I created 9 different accounts so I control as much as you want. Listen, you're more than welcome to do that. But I said it yesterday. People, part of the reason I'm dramatic is because some people tune in for the drama. It's kind of like a train wreck. You want to watch it. And so y'all can be dramatic and troll me. Understand, I'm probably making money on the back end, though. And so it might be counterproductive to what you ultimately want. And that's okay. Like I said, keep trolling me. It's all good, you know. Well, one of my catchphrases isn't "good day, sir," for nothing, you know. So y'all can keep trolling. It's all good, you know. I mean, I'll hate you forever, but like, you know, in the end, channel's direction. Y'all know which way this channel's heading. Also, I think it also says something about you as a person if that's what you're spending your free time doing, you know. But like, hey, listen, live your life, sir. Let it out. Good luck, guys. I love you all. Y'all be safe. Also, check out Top Step. Again, if you want to test your skill, Top Step's the easiest way to do it. You can find the link to Top Step in the description. You get 20% off. They are the most legit futures-funded program in the world. If you pass their testing, they'll fund you. And even if you don't pass it, it's a great way to build your skill for cheap in the futures market. There's no PDT rule, and you can day trade the S&P 500 essentially in the E-mini. So check it out. Also, guys, if you want to help support the channel as well, aside from Top Step, the other sponsor I have is called Chart Prime. And again, these are both sponsors. I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you want to check out the other sponsor I have, it's called Chart Prime. And again, if you want to check out Chart Prime today in terms of what they ultimately offered, let's check them out. So here's Chart Prime. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money from this. They're a custom trading view indicator service. So they give you custom alerts, custom signals. They give you reversal signals. And just look at these here. So these are most of the ones today. These are all the signals today. So like, look, reversal up, solid bounce. Reversal down, nice drop over what? Like this is a 20-minute period. Bullish hammer candle down here. So they give you hammer alerts, bullish engulfing candles, bearish engulfing candles, all that good stuff. Look, bullish hammer candle, bounce. Possible reversal down and a bunch of bearish engulfing candles, drops. And again, you can use them on any time frame. They're very cheap as well. It's like 35 bucks a month. Let's look at them yesterday. I think yesterday they had some solid price action too. Yeah, so look at all this price action yesterday during the rate hike situation. Surprisingly accurate. Surprisingly accurate. Look, they literally called out the bottom here. Possible reversal up and a bullish engulfing candle. You get a bounce over like 30 minutes. Possible reversal up here. Literally right at the second bottom there. Bounce. Look at all these bearish engulfing candles and the reversal signal, and you get bounces or you get drops. So I can't fake what I'm showing you. I can't guarantee you're going to make money either, but you could use them on any time frame. Look, here's an hourly chart. So here's an hourly chart. And again, they can be surprisingly accurate. Look at this. So this was an hourly chart. So every candlestick represents an hour. Look at this. They literally call it the very bottom of day's price action. And so it's called Chart Prime. Again, trading view indicator service you can use on the stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, all that good stuff. I'll post the link. You can find the link in the description as well. Again, great way to help support the channel. And I'll put that link up. You can find that link in the description. You can also find the link right here. Love you all. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see what the market gives us today. Pretty bullish action so far today, though. They show up after the candlestick that implements them. Yeah, the Chart Prime support resistance lines are crazy accurate as well, for sure. There's just some powerful things. You get 40% off. Again, it's like 35 bucks a month. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you all. Y'all be safe. I'll see you guys later. Y'all be good.